Okay. We're good.
Okay,
We're
we're
okay?
good.
Call to order, please. We'll all rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a reading of the Sunshine Law?
Notice that this meeting was published in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act.
Okay, our normal announcement, there will be no new business after 11 p.m. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Mr. McKay,
Here.
Mrs. Gilmore,
Here.
Mr. Tricoci,
Here.
Mrs. Kelly,
Here.
Mrs. Baggio,
Here.
Mrs. Tyndale,
Here.
Mr. Bradley,
Here.
Mr. Norita, I'm sorry, Nova Rita. Don't get it right. Who am I missing?
Me.
Oh, Ms. Costco.
Here.
And I'm here too.
And Mr. Brokebaker.
Yes, here. Do we have a quorum?
Yes.
Okay. Items for business. First case is R&M Development, case 19-09C. The applicant, through their attorney, has requested an adjournment to the December 7th meeting, and it requires us to approve it, and we will also publish new notice for the hearing for the involved people. I have a motion and a second to adjourn.
A motion.
Second.
Okay, any questions on the motion? If not, there's a roll call.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing.
I don't
No.
know if do this.
Hold on for a second.
This one's working.
I don't hear it through the.
You're live.
Yeah, it's not on. Oh. No, it's not on. It's saying it's recording, but you can't hear it. Hello? Yeah, it's on.
It's on. You can hear me.
Can't hear through the headphones. Should be working.
Turn on the closed captioning.
No, it's something through the headphones or.
Testing.
Yeah.
It's like that. Because it's,
Stealing a little bit of your table. No problem. Thank you.
I have a feeling it's just the height. Oh, good.
Thank you.
I've already looked at it. It is on there. Thank you. Thanks. All right. Now I better move this over here because I'm doing a lot of the talking.
we have,
That's only.
we have,
Maybe something's just wrong with that port. Or something just. And it's showing green, so
all right, well,
let's just.
we have you two
uh,
and us. So, it'll be fine. Do you want me to make the manual order too?
Take measure? I mean, take thing? No, I think we're fine. You got two places? Yeah, two places.
All right.
I apologize. Who,
Okay, we had a motion second on adjourning the first case, R&M. I believe,
who made the motion? Second? Thank you.
and I said, are there any questions on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Use the mic a little bit more because they can't hear you.
Roll call, please.
Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Kay?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci?
Yes.
Mrs. Tyndale?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Ms. Costo?
Yes.
And Mr. Colpfeiffer?
Yes. The next case is Longbridge Farms. The podium is yours, sir. If you could, would mind save some time, swear in all your witnesses
Will
at
do.
once, and
Yep.
Mr. Kingsbury will take care of
Will
it.
do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Charles Petrone, I'm an attorney at law, state of New Jersey. I'm filling in for Doug Heinold, who's the attorney for the applicant from the firm of Raymond Coleman and Heinold. Just a quick introduction. As most of you are aware, the property in front of you tonight is Longbridge Farms tract that recently had a redevelopment plan applied to it, and this evening we're here seeking preliminary approval for the development, which will consist of townhouse lots under fee simple form of ownership, 4 single-family detached residential dwelling lots. We're going to establish the commercial lot as part of the subdivision for future development. We're just establishing the lot. We're not here for seeking any type of an approval with respect to the commercial lot other than creating the lot, as well as a couple of open space lots. Just to address some of the comments.
Is
we
your
will-
microphone working?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody can hear it? Okay.
We will be establishing a homeowners association.
now be recorded.
Sorry. I'm doing another recording, just in case.
We will be establishing a homeowners association with respect to the townhouse community with certain restrictions and limitations, as well as responsibility for the stormwater management basins. Contributions for the stormwater management basins will be provided by not only the townhouse units, but also the 4 fee simple single-family dwellings will also be contributing towards the maintenance of the basins. With me this evening, I have Rick Clemson, the applicant's professional engineer, Drew Cresanda and Eric Ravicchio, representatives of the applicant, Jason McNee of Ryan Homes, the ultimate builder of the townhouse structures, and we have Dave Shropshire from Shropshire Associates, the traffic engineer. I don't anticipate calling everyone. Some of them are just here in case there's a question that comes up that their testimony is needed, but I'm going to have them sworn in advance just in case.
All at once now?
All at once,
Yeah.
you can swear that.
Thanks.
Yep.
Gentlemen, raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
And as they are called to testify, I'll have them identify themselves and their Rick, if you can just provide your qualifications.
Sure. I am a licensed professional engineer in New Jersey, have been so since 1995. Been practicing engineering for over 30 years. I've appeared before over 50 land use boards in southern New Jersey. Principal engineer with James Sassano Associates. I'm a graduate of Penn State University. My license in good standing. I do not believe I have been before the Hayesport Land Use Board previously, but as I said, I've been before numerous boards all across South Jersey.
Okay. Any questions from the board members? Any objections? If not, acceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick, go to it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And as you're using your exhibits, just identify them for the record and what the exhibit is depicting.
Okay, so we're going to start with Exhibit A1. It's an aerial photo exhibit.
Did you get all that?
She said, okay.
I'm done.
It was very impressive. I mean,
Okay, all I heard was A1.
Should I continue or wait? Continue? Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to start with Exhibit A1. It's an aerial photograph that shows the boundary of the tract in relation to other land uses that are around the site. So I guess I'll start by just saying, so the purpose of the application here tonight is to subdivide the Long Ridge Farms tract into 45 fee simple townhouses, 3 new single-family lots, 1 single-family lot to remain, 2 open space lots, and 1 11.6 acre commercial lot that will be set aside for a future application. I'll get into that in more detail as we move along, but I just wanted to get that on the record. So the overall tract for Long Ridge Farm consists of lot 103.01, lots 1 and 8. Lot 1 is the largest of the 3 properties. It's to the northern portion of the tract. We also have lot 8, which is a small piece of property at the southeast corner. And we also have lot 113, lot 4.05, which is in the, I would say, the southwest corner of the tract. Lot 8 and lot 4.05 both have frontage on Mount Laurel, Hayesport Mount Laurel Road. The largest property, lot 1, has frontage. You know, I'm really loud, so I'm
We have to record it, so
can you use it? Can you help?
that's better.
You know what, can you just tell me if it picks up okay? If it does, then I can have 3 hands. Okay.
You're fine.
So, we have frontage on Route 38, Fostertown Road, and Mount Laurel, or Hayesport Mount Laurel Road. Fostertown Road and Hayesport Mount Laurel Road, both being county roads, Route 38 being a state highway. To the north of the site, we have a mix of commercial and residential. This area immediately to the north from the other side of 38 is a residential subdivision. Glen and Masons Creek. To the east of the property, we have commercial. This is a vacant car dealership. And then we have a few single-family homes along Hayesport Mount Laurel Road. To the south of the site, we have primarily residential. This is the Hainsport Chase subdivision to the south of us, and then to the east of us, we have a series of large lot, single-family lots, not part of any specific subdivision, and we have Fostertown Road. The existing tract consists of a single-family home, which is down here situated on lot 405. In addition to the single-family home, we have some wooded area, we have a wooded wetlands here, but primarily the site has historically been used for agriculture. The tract known as Long Bridge was part of a redevelopment plan that was adopted in July of 2021. I am going to switch to A2. It is also an aerial photograph, but overlaid on top of the photograph, we have the layout of the project. I'm going to have a total of 4 exhibits tonight. The Long Bridge redevelopment plan created 2 new zones. The redevelopment area townhouse district, which will just say LRET, which is this area here, which is kind of, we'll call it central to the site. This is the townhouse area district. The portion of the property that has frontage on 38 and on Fostertown Road, that is the commercial district that was established by the redevelopment plan. And then we also have a portion of land that fronts on Hainsport Mount Laurel Road that retains an R1 designation. And that is where we have 3 proposed single-family houses and retaining 1 existing single-family house, which is here to say in the middle of the frontage along Hainsport Mount Laurel Road. So the townhouse area district standards established some bulk standards and some permitted uses. So the permitted use is townhouses. We have 45 townhouses proposed. We comply with the redevelopment plan. It required a minimum tract area of 10.9 acres for the residential area. We comply with that. It has a maximum density of 4.5 dwelling units per acre and a maximum number of proposed units of 45 within that LRET, or townhouse zone. We also comply with that. The redevelopment plan established numerous bulk standards such as lot area, frontage, front setbacks, the normal bulk standards. We complied with all of those standards. We're not asking for any variances related to the townhouse area. In the R1 area, which is where we had the 4 single-family homes along Hainsport Mount Laurel Road, we also have a set of standards that's actually in the ordinance. It's section 104-46. We comply with all of the bulk standards in the R1 zone. Now, having said that, we are asking for 2 design waivers. So these are not variances, they're design waivers associated with the single-family area. And so one of the waivers is there is a design requirement that the single-family houses along Hainsport Mount Laurel Road are set back 75 feet from the right-of-way. That standard is met on 3 of the lots. So it's met on lot 1. This is lot 51, where the existing house will be carved out and renamed. And then also on lot 50, which is the single-family lot that is furthest to the south along the front. So the design waiver applies to lot 2. So we have the house situated 65.6 feet from the ultimate right-of-way of Hainsport Mount Laurel Road where 75 feet is recommended in the design standard. And we would respectfully ask for that waiver because by setting the house at that location, it affords the most usable rear yard areas for the lot, as well as distributing the yard areas around the house most efficiently. We would also note that there are a number of other houses already along Amesport Mount Laurel Road that do not conform to that design requirement, so we would not be alone in being slightly less than 75 feet.
And Rick, that also has been designed with the driveway not from the county road, but from the new road being
Yeah, I know where you're
proposed.
going. So another interesting fact regarding this particular lot, Lot 2, is that lot does not actually have a driveway connection to the county road. The driveway accessing Lot 2 will come from our local street, the main road being known as Road A. And that's another reason that we would ask for that design waiver. We only have 2 of the 4 lots that actually have driveway access to the county road, and that was something that the county had required of us. Okay, so one last point on that, just to make sure everybody's aware. So we're 65.5 feet plus or minus from the ultimate right of way, but the county did take 17 feet of additional right of way from the land. So the house, in terms of how it's situated to the road, will be 95 feet from the widened portion of Amesport Mount Laurel Road. And I'll get into what we're doing to the county road in terms of widening, but we're going to be 95 feet from the actual curb line, the ultimate curb line of the road. So the house is still set back, very far. All right, so the second design waiver that we have basically relates to all 4 of the single-family homes. I'm going to put A2 down, and I am actually going to skip over A3, and I'm going to go directly to A4, and I'm going to A4. So A4 is a color rendering that is, I have 2 color renderings with me tonight, I may not use them both, but this particular rendering is a blow-up. So rather than show the entire track, which stands all the way out here, okay, I did a rendering that I thought the board and the public could see better by blowing it up and concentrating on the area that we're talking about. So, the second design waiver relates to a buffer restriction along Amesport Mount Laurel Road. So we can provide a 25-foot buffer restriction along the frontage, which would then restrict installing any kind of structures within that area. The component of that buffer that we're actually seeking relief from is the landscape buffer portion of that requirement. So we do propose landscaping along the county road. So for instance, on Lot 1, there are 4 street trees, 3 ornamental trees, and there are some shrubs. And similarly, on Lot 2, 51, and 50, we also have street trees and supplemental, ornamental trees and shrubs to supplement those trees, which we feel provides a visual buffer to the county road without creating a screen. We would respectfully ask the board, and we're willing to work with the planner to allow us the ability to adhere to that requirement as best we can, but not create a wall so as making the house completely invisible from the street. There is another house along Amesport Road that might have been a specifically wanted that look, but literally you can't see anything beyond the hedgerow that was installed in front of the house, and I'm not sure that that's really what, the intent of that design requirement was. Okay, so moving on, getting back to maybe a little bit more description of the subdivision itself. So we're proposing 45 fee simple townhouses within the townhouse zone that was created by the redevelopment plan. The townhouse lots will be 2,200 square feet or larger, 20 foot wide, and a minimum of 110 feet deep, and again, compliant with the townhouse zoning standards for this redevelopment area. The project is serviced by 2 public streets, Road A and Road B. Both streets are 50 foot wide in terms of right of way, 30 foot wide cartway. They're consistent with the residential neighborhood streets as defined by the residential site improvement standards. The roads are curved with sidewalk on both sides and were designed in accordance with the RSIS. The primary access, Road A, has a direct connection to Amesport Mount Laurel Road. It is directly opposite Easton Way. And then Road B ends in a cul-de-sac and ties into Road A just beyond the R1 zoning area. Trash and recycling is proposed for curbside pickup. Roadway improvements were required by the county along Amesport Mount Laurel Road. We did receive preliminary subdivision approval from the county. The requirements that we are proposing and in accordance with our approval would be a widening of Amesport Mount Laurel Road to a width of 20 feet from center line along our frontage. Curbing and sidewalk is proposed along our entire frontage. And also the county took additional right-of-way, 17 feet of additional right-of-way, in order to get a total right-of-way half section along the county road of 50 feet. So it was 33, it will be 50. 2 of the single-family homes, Lot 2 and Lot 51, have been designed to access Road A. That was a requirement of the county. The other 2 on the extremes, the north and southern end, would have access directly to the county road. The proposed townhouses will all have access to either Road A or Road B. The townhouses will have single-car garage and driveway accommodations, and the driveways will be 10 foot wide. I'm going to touch a little bit on parking. So the parking that we have proposed is in accordance with the RSIS. So the residential site improvement standards require 2.5 parking spaces for each 4-bedroom single-family home and 2.4 spaces for each of our townhouses. As a result, a total of 118 parking spaces required, 10 for the single-family homes, 108 for the townhouses. Each of the single-family homes has a 2-car garage, 2-car driveway, and therefore provides 3.5 spaces per home, where 2.5 were required. So the 4 resident single-family lots take care of themselves and meet the parking requirements outlined in the residential site improvement standard. Each of the proposed townhouse units has a 1-car garage and driveway combination, which according to RSIS provides 2 parking spaces per unit, or a total of 90 spaces. The proposed roadway and parking design also provides for 25 common area parking spaces. So we have spaces, common area spaces along Road B, and we also have them at the end of Road A. So that is 25 spaces. We also have 7 on-street spaces that are available for parallel parking, and they are in this area here primarily, and that's a total of 7. They're identified on the site plans clearly so that we can illustrate that we have the room to providing their spaces in accordance with the RSI's dimensions. So, the combination of the 90 spaces within each unit and the total of 32 common parking spaces between the stalls and the parallel parking provides a total of 122 spaces for the townhouse area, which exceeds the amount that was required. Okay, so
Wow.
to close that out, the plan is compliant with residential site improvement standards when it comes to parking. Okay, so we also have a recreation area proposed.
Rick, before you get into that, there was a comment regarding whether or not the parallel spaces on the road were going to be striped.
Okay, so, all right, here we go. So, the parallel spaces are identified on our site plans so that the plans can be reviewed and those spaces can be easily seen and verified. It was not our intention to stripe the parallel parking spaces. It's highly unusual to do that in a residential setting, particularly like this. Maybe in an urban setting, you will see them occasionally, but in a setting like this, highly unusual. If the board decides they want them, we can certainly mark them, but we don't believe they're necessary. Okay, so recreation. So we do have passive recreation proposed, and it's basically at the intersection of roads A and road B, within a portion of open space lot 41. It's just behind the existing single-family home that's to be retained. The amenities that we're proposing consist of a gazebo, a walkway, and some benches, and we're also going to add a picnic table as requested by the board's plan. Okay. Electric vehicle spaces. So there, both the engineering letter and the planning letter had talked about electric vehicle spaces. So based on our experience with other subdivisions, subdivision plans that we've presented before boards, it is our opinion that based on the fee simple nature of the development, which is the lots themselves are all owned in fee by whoever buys it. The land is with the building. This is not a condominium or cooperative or any other type of design where the folks would own the houses but don't own the land around them. Each of the houses, whether they be single-family homes or townhouses, has a driveway, has a garage. Electrical service is available in every garage that will be constructed on site. As a result, we just don't feel that the EV rules would require a pedestal type provision in a common parking area here, because that EV service is available basically with any house in the subdivision. Okay.
May I ask you a question on that, just that subject for right now? I'm sorry for the interruption. But let's assume for a second that I'm living in one of those condominium, or one of those townhomes, whatever you want to call them, and I have company come pay me a visit. There's adequate parking at the end of that road A that you indicated, but suppose the person that comes to visit me came from 300 miles away in an electric vehicle and has to charge, they're going to have to go to my garage and do it?
They would either do that, or they would go to the nearest charging station.
Okay. I thought I read something that these properties are required to make arrangements for EV. Am I right or wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Just to clarify, and the applicant has a different interpretation of the law. In hundreds of other units, perhaps a couple thousand units since the law has come out, the law is very specific that all multifamily or multiple dwellings provide for EV charging. And there's a specific implementation schedule. And it only accepts out, there are 3 exceptions: retailers who provide less than 25 spaces, one-family and two-family homes. So it's our opinion that every single one of these units is subject to that requirement. Only 15% of them have to have the charging equipment installed. The law has a schedule that says 1/3 of those must be installed in year one at the time of construction. The next third needs to be at year 3, the next at year 6. The board does not have the authority to waive that law. If the applicant has a difference of opinion, my suggestion would be, so that's one, is the interior garages. The second is whether the common parking also needs an outside EV charging. That's an issue I'm not 100% certain of. My recommendation would be that the board, if they consider any approval of the application, make it a condition that they comply with the New Jersey EV charging law. And between the applicant and us, we can get a determination from Maria Connolly at DCA of exactly whether or not townhouse units have to provide EV charging within them. I don't think the board really has any, I don't think either party really has any alternative. We can't waive it, it's like accessible parking. We can't say, well, the law requires 5, but you can just put 4 on your site. But I think they have to comply with whatever DCA says is what it's going to be.
Mr. Taylor just gave my summary
Okay. All
with
right.
respect to the issue. We obviously have a difference of opinion, and, I was going to propose we work it out with the board's professionals. Granted, tonight we're only seeking preliminary approval, so you will see us again. And I was also going to further, if we can't, come to an understanding with the board's professionals, we would seek an interpretation from the Department of Community Affairs regarding this project, so that prior to final, that won't be an issue.
Okay.
What's the unit cost approximately of one of these outdoor EV charging stations? In round numbers.
That would just be pure speculation on our part.
I don't believe that. You've looked at that stuff. You know what it
I
costs.
actually don't, no, I don't. Any of the power is made available in the garages. That's very simple, to be honest with you. You don't need a charging station or a pedestal or anything special like that in a garage to provide charging capabilities to an EV. You just have, but you would want a high voltage outlet available, so a 220 outlet available to do the charging. And if you do that, then it's essentially plug and play.
Are you making the 220, that's like a dryer outlet, correct?
Correct.
Are you making the 220 outlet in each garage available, either as a standard feature or as an extra?
It is a slightly large, yes.
So, as this electric vehicle thing rolls out, I go to visit a friend, and I'm plugging my car into his house, and I'm taking his electricity to go home. Now, I know I look for electric vehicles in my own business, and I think it's 13 or 15 bucks to charge up the vehicle. I can understand the law. It makes sense. We don't know how far the electric vehicle thing is gonna catch on, but it sure looks strong right now. But, I can understand, to me, it's a great idea that, hey, I guess, I know I don't have an electric vehicle, but I guess when you plug in, it knows who you are in a public place and bills your account. So I can see it makes sense. So, I'm in agreement with Scott, whatever the DCA says you need to do,
We're in agreement with that.
we'll do it,
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so moving on, and I'm just that fun. Mail service. So, the U.S. Postal Service has changed their policy over the last few years. They will no longer deliver mail directly to on activities, so mail gets delivered to cluster boxes. So we have proposed 2 cluster box locations for the project. One is at the end of the parking in Road B, and one is adjacent to the parking area at the end of Road A. We will be submitting our plans to the postmaster for approval and comments, and if they wind up jockeying those around, they will show up on the plan when we come in for final.
There's an inconsistent note on the plan with
Oh, yeah,
respect to,
so the planner had noted that, we had a couple of notes on the detail related to the collector boxes. They're not relevant to this project, so we will clean that up and get those notes correct.
Let me go back to the intersection of Road A and Hainesport Mount Laurel Road. With the widening that you described that the county wants, is a decel lane going to be striped for entry into Road A, similar to what's on the other
So
side of
the
the
edge
street?
line, the edge line will be striped, it will be a new edge line. It will be at 12 feet from the center line, and then the paved area beyond that would be, and then it's technically a shoulder, but that is available for vehicles to slow down, yes. And that is part of the design that was already approved by him.
All right. On the other side of the road, coming into Hainesport Chase, if you're coming toward Hainesport from Mount Laurel, there is a striped decel line. I mean, it's the
So
striping.
we will have the edge line, we will have the edge line, we will not have the arrows, identifying it as a decel lane. That is a very old design, that's generally not done anymore.
Okay.
That decel line that Mr., sorry, that we're talking about is not old. That was done about maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, it's, like I said, the widening that we're
Sorry.
providing, does provide for the ability of a vehicle, and the traffic engineer could probably talk about this a little bit too, but, the area that we're providing, is there for vehicles along the shoulder to slow down prior to entering, Road A. And again, it's already fully vetted by the county engineer.
What's the road width going to be right at the intersection? And I'm thinking in terms of this, cars queuing up to make a left-hand turn into Hainesport Chase, headed toward Mount Laurel, of course. Is there enough room?
You would be able to go around them, because our widening is going the entire frontage. And so we'll be striking at 12 and 8, so you would be able to go around. Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. Okay. We've also provided bike racks scattered through the site. It was a requirement of the redevelopment plan. There are a total of 7. So Scott, some of them may be hard to see, but there are a total of 7 that are proposed.
one for each townhouse building?
So, yes, so that's how the 7 came about. They're not necessarily directly in front of, let's say, each building, but 7 buildings, 7 provided, and I think we'll review where they're located. Moving on to stormwater, so the Longbury subdivision has been designed in accordance with the latest New Jersey stormwater management rules, including the rules for green infrastructure best management practices, which was adopted in 2021. So in general, this approach requires small-scale basins to be placed throughout the project site as compared to having 1 or 2 large facilities that would service everything in your project. So consequently, based on these new standards, it resulted in a larger number of basins to be constructed than prior to the green infrastructure rules. The small-scale structures are scattered through the site in order to place them close to the source of the runoff. And overall, we have 8 small-scale basins, which are essentially rain gardens, and 1 large-scale basin. So we have 1 large-scale basin all the way to the northern end of the site, not far from Route 38. We have smaller systems here, so Lot 1, Lot 2, behind Lot 50, in this open space area here, adjacent to Lot 48. And then we have a series of 3 rain gardens behind buildings 4 and 5 along Road A. And what that does is it creates this treatment train approach where you have water being treated in one facility and then in another, then in another, and then another. And ultimately, it makes its way to the large-scale system. So the small-scale facilities are designed specifically to treat stormwater close to the source, whereas the large-scale facility is primarily for stormwater quantity control. The green infrastructure rules limit the types of facilities that can be utilized for both small and large scale systems. For the Long Bridge subdivision, each of the facilities, the small scale and the large scale, are all bioretention basins. So these basins will be planted in the bottom. They have 18 inches of planting soil, and they're planted with grasses and sedges and shrubs throughout the bottom area, and they are primarily for water quality treatment. To clean the water before it ends up in the large basin.
What kind of maintenance do they require? Can you address that?
So they will require, similar to any landscape area, so they will require occasional pruning, weeding, just like any other landscape, as far as the landscape goes. As far as any other area that we would be proposing in landscape.
Well, is that projected to be the responsibility of the HOA?
It would be the HOA, yes, you're correct.
And part of the HOA,
It's also going to include the 3 single family?
Yes, it will.
The 4 single families.
and as part of the HOA documents, are you giving maintenance instruction to the
Yeah.
HOA?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We submitted a maintenance plan. I believe one of Mr. Miller's comments required some tweaking of the maintenance plan, but the maintenance plan will be incorporated into the HOA documents. I believe the declaration will have to be recorded in the county clerk's office referencing the maintenance plan. So the HOA will have ample knowledge of their responsibilities.
Are these drainage areas to be unfenced?
Excuse me?
Are they to be fenced or unfenced?
Unfenced. Proposed to be unfenced. All of the small scale facilities are 24 inches or less. They're shallow. They're not meant, again, they're meant to treat water, not to control the rate of the runoff. They do actually provide some rate control, but primarily they're for water quality treatment. So they're all shallow.
Right, in the main area for drainage fronting on Route 38, that looks to be like maybe an acre.
That is a larger basin, yeah, probably around 40,000 square feet from the bottom.
And is it treated similarly to the smaller basins or slightly different?
The way the rules are written, the large scale facility, even though technically it is serving a different purpose, will be constructed the same way. Now, it'll be deeper, doesn't have that 24-inch limitation, but it will also be a planted bioretention basin.
So it will not look quite like the basin across the street in Hainesport Chase.
Correct. So, if you go back 20 years, the basins we did have lawns, grass bottom. And then one of the previous iterations of the New Jersey stormwater rules went to sand bottom infiltration basins. You still can do sand bottom infiltration basins, but you have to have the right kind of soil in order to do that. Another option, and this is a highly recommended option, is bioretention. This is where they're planting.
Is that large basin's probably not the right word, but I'll use it anyway. Is the large basin on bordering Route 38, is that intended in the future to service the commercial development potentially going to the west on Route 38?
Yes. Yes.
So it's sized for some hypothetical commercial?
Yeah, we have, in accordance with the redevelopment plan, essentially 33% of that basin is dedicated to commercial use.
All right, and I see you've got a tree line, or what I view as a tree line from this distance on Route 38. Is that a sort of a buffer for
That's
the
a
basin?
buffer, those are buffer plantings. Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, is that, you're testifying that that tree line by the basin that you're talking about is on, that's Route 38 right there? I don't think that's correct.
So this is 38, yes, this is 38. This dark color green here is a combination of existing tree line, and that is a buffer that goes along there. This area here, these are proposed plantings. So that's a proposed buffer between the basin and Route 38.
Which is really the back of commercial.
Yeah, so this would be like the far eastern end of the commercial area, which would extend all the way out to the.
You're talking about the area that abuts the empty car dealership?
Correct,
The
correct.
empty car dealership is to the,
Car dealership is right here.
Oh, okay, now I know where you are.
Rick, will another plan show an orientation better for that?
So, I can,
This way they can see the scope of the commercial and with respect to the basin size.
This is Exhibit A3. This is also a color rendering. With this particular plan, we changed the scale of the plan so that you could see the limits of the entire Long Bridge property, as well as all the surrounding lots. So, the question regarding the car dealership is right in here. So that is immediately to the east of our property, immediately to the east.
The wetlands area that's designated on this A3 in like a green balloon or bubble there.
This is that green finger that juts out into the property, that is the wooded wetlands.
Right, it's pretty obvious from any viewpoint what it is. Who's going to have title to that ultimately?
That would be part of the HOA.
So it's going to be in the HOA for this development, as
Correct.
opposed
Now,
to
so there's a portion, the way the division line is situated right now in order to maximize that commercial area. So I realize that me moving a laser pointer around the property is kind of hard to describe in one tape, but basically the significant area of the property is all the commercial area. So what I would say to that question is the majority of the wetland is in the townhouse zones and within the limits of the lands that will be maintained by the township, by the townhouses. There is a small piece of it which would extend out into the commercial area.
And what is the plan
So
to do with that?
So that would
Wetland
be, it would
area.
be left alone. It would be left alone. It would be natural.
Okay.
Together with the buffer area.
Correct.
And so maintenance, to the extent
Yeah, so,
needed
so
would
the
be,
commercial area would have to be, and honestly, there's probably not a whole lot of maintenance involved. They would probably have, they would probably, have some sort of insurance policy or something like that to cover that small sliver of land. But otherwise, I mean, it's a wooded wetland, it's not really much to maintain.
Right.
You're gonna have to clear out trash and get trash going or anything like that.
Well, there's exactly some of that.
Yeah, so that could happen, so yeah, so the commercial area would be responsible for making that tip there.
And then on the same point you just made with respect to the big retention basin, because it's along Route 38, you always have the prospect of junk, garbage, trash, whatever, coming off Route 38. You know, who throws this stuff out the window? But they do. Who, the HOA will have responsibility to keep that clean.
Yes.
Correct, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Could I attempt to beat this subject to death?
Sure.
I'm confused about that, I'm going to call it the large basin, okay? So we all know what we're talking about. Isn't that on the commercial property?
It is, and that is the way the redevelopment plan was approved. So a portion of the basin is set aside for the townhouses, and a portion of it is set aside for, the commercial. And the plan that we're looking at here tonight is apportioned according to the redevelopment plan. So
Okay,
it's consistent with the plan.
okay, thank you.
All right, so maybe I lost you. So who's going to own the basin? Commercial or the HOA?
What would happen in a case like this where you have runoff from, a residential use and a commercial use? What they would do is let's just say, one would take the lead. So let's just say the HOA takes the lead on all the maintenance. Quite frankly, the HOA is gonna come first, so they would be taking the lead on the maintenance of that basin. When the commercial area is developed and they start to direct runoff into the basin, now we're gonna build it to its full potential, okay, according to the redevelopment plan. But it won't really receive any runoff from the commercial area until the commercial area is developed. Once that happens and that basin does receive a runoff, then usually the way this works is there is an operating agreement which would be put into effect that would balance out the financial percentage of the two entities that are draining into the same facility. So, for instance, if the residential area is contributing 66% and the commercial area is contributing 33%, then the cost of the maintenance would be
Divided that way.
prorated the same way.
Taxes and maintenance.
Maintenance. Oh, everything, all costs associated with the basin would be.
Well, I'm thinking, what are the costs of a basin? Taxes and maintenance.
Maintenance, that's it, yeah.
Is there an?
Insurance.
Well, insurance, sure. Is there an emergency overflow from that large basin?
Yes.
Where does that go?
The emergency overflow is towards the wetland area. Now, and mind you, that is a emergency overflow. This basin is designed to control the 100-year storm, so it'll get over 8 inches of rain in 24 hours. So, yeah. So every one of these facilities has an emergency spillway.
And you're not worried about the wooded area becoming flooded, impacting back onto the townhouses that border it? Or the single-family houses that also border it?
So one of the points and I'll touch on this now. So the way the stormwater management system was designed, we made painstaking efforts to redirect stormwater away from the wetland and the associated ditch that drains down to Fostertown Road, and redirect that water towards the storage sewer system in Route 38. So we're going to wind up reducing the amount of water that would go into that wetland area substantially, because most of the property drains into them. everything, basically the entire area that we're developing is going here, instead of going here, which is where it was originally going. So we've made a concerted effort to avoid having water going into that area. And so no, I don't have any concerns about that.
Okay.
An additional comment with respect to the stormwater, since I know it was in Mr. Miller's letter, we do require DOT approval to tie in,
Correct.
and we'll do that subsequent to
Correct.
any approval that
We
the
would
board may grant.
do DOT approval, we need a drainage permit from them, and we would do our DEP approvals subsequent to preliminary approval.
All right, so you would also, tie into the the highway department's stormwater on Route 38.
Right.
And that goes down, that goes west, I guess, toward the creek?
Goes down to a low point in 38 here, so to the west of Fostertown.
Right.
And then that wraps around to the north and eventually makes its way to Mason's Creek. As does this, it's just that any water in the wetland area is gonna come through a ditch here, and then go out this way into that same DOT system. All we're doing is taking it from here and pushing it out to 38 so it comes this way.
Right.
It's all going the same
You
place.
take away the threat of overflow
Correct.
onto the adjacent property.
Correct.
Okay.
And put it behind my house.
The DEP permit that you referenced in your testimony is for stormwater purposes?
No, buffer average.
Buffer, okay. But we do have a LOI for the letter of interpretation for the wetlands? So we don't have to worry about the wetlands changing?
Correct.
Okay. And again, subsequent to any approval that this board may grant, will apply to the DEP for the buffer averaging permit?
Correct.
And that just has to do with the distance from the edge of the wetlands areas to development areas?
Correct, yeah, there's no impact.
Okay.
Let's just clarify two things just for the record and the resolution. So, and I don't want to say townhouse HOA, because the 4 single families are included.
Would be included.
Yes.
That the residential homeowners association will be responsible to maintain the basin.
Correct.
Period. Whether or not they get reimbursed, whatever deal they have with the commercial is a separate entity.
Correct.
But if there's an issue, the township's contact is the
HOA.
residential HOA.
Yes.
All right. And then secondarily, Rick, I don't think any of the plantings in the large basin were shown. We were trying to get some clarification on that.
That is right, so we would add that, Scott. It's absolutely intended.
Yeah, can you just give us, I'm curious, a sort of a picture of what the large basin is going to look like? Is it going to look like a forested field at the end of the day when things grow up?
Well, I wouldn't call it a forest, it's going to be low grade, so I would compare it to a meadow. That would be the best comparison. So it's going to be more low-growing plants than high-growing plants. So it's going to be a mix of shrubs and grasses and sedges and other wood-tolerant plants. So more meadow than forest.
And I assume it's designed to keep maintenance to a reasonable level?
Correct. Correct.
Because you don't want to overburden the homeowners association and have it turn into a mess.
So this homeowners association is not only including the new development, it's including the old existing homes?
So one existing home, which is here.
4 new houses,
So,
3 new houses.
yes. I've taken up a lot of time. I'll just briefly,
It's an important subject.
That
this is an important part of your development.
Yes, no, it is, I agree. So, just moving on, to landscape, I'm gonna switch back over to A3 because you can see it better. I'm sorry, A4. All right, so as you can see from this exhibit, that landscaping has been provided throughout the subdivision. Street trees have been provided all along roads A and B at 40-foot intervals. Dense buffering has been provided along the southerly and westerly border with adjacent one block single-family homes. We have buffering between the single-family homes and the townhouse area, in this area here. We also have a dense buffer at a hedgerow that separates the back of the townhouses from the adjacent lot to the east. We have buffering between the large-scale basin and Route 38. We have landscaping around the rec area, and we also have quite a bit of landscaping associated with the Route 31. So, not including vegetation going in the rain garden, the bioretention facilities, we're looking at 84 deciduous shade trees, 48 ornamental deciduous trees, 256 evergreen trees, and 228 shrubs.
What kind of street trees are you using?
There is a mix. We had revised it. Hold on a second, and I will tell you. So we have red maple, ginkgo, honey locust, black gum, pin oak.
You're using ginkgo as street trees?
Ginkgo, yeah, it's but it would be like it would have to go in as one sex in order to prevent
Exactly.
bad smell.
Exactly.
Male only.
Male only ginkgo trees. How do you prevent the random female in the next yard pollinating?
Gotta look closely.
Maybe the ginkgos aren't such a good idea.
We're welcome to entertain any options that the planner has. It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
I always ask about street trees because in the past, people would use hybrids, and they're not very good trees. They don't last, they don't live long, they don't look very good in a few years. Everything sounds all right, except the ginkgos.
To make sure all this shrubbery, plants, trees, all of this, maintenance of this, will all be the responsibility of the HOA,
Correct.
Yes.
paid for by the homeowners.
Correct. Now, the street trees themselves could theoretically be the responsibility of each landowner, because these are fee simple lots, but any vegetation associated with buffers, basins, anything like that,
All common areas, shrubbery, trees will be HOA.
correct.
They better make sure they know.
Having experienced Mr. Taylor's comments on landscaping in other municipalities for other applicants, this board is well taken care of.
Okay, and then lastly, I'll talk real briefly about,
Just to follow up, if the street trees are not going to be the responsibility of the HOA, but the individual homeowners, then that needs to be reflected in the HOA documents. And I think we have some other comments about HOA documents that need to be.
We obviously, as a condition of any approval, is going to require us to submit HOA documents for the review and approval of the board's professionals. We have no problems whatsoever with that. It's a standard condition.
Which
with
side of the
respect to-
sidewalk are you planting the tree, basically?
where,
I said, which side of the sidewalk are you planting the tree?
Exactly.
between curb and sidewalk.
Between curb and sidewalk. That sounds like it's in the right of way.
It's in the right of way, yes.
Still there, still
So
there.
you'll still have the homeowner be responsible for those.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No, the township will.
Okay.
Sure we want to do that? We're just cleaning up a big mess on Craig Drive. I'm not so sure I'm liking that.
Put them on the other side of the sidewalk, you mean?
Yeah, I
To
don't,
the roots.
I'm just asking Scott.
It's a double-edged sword. If you want to put them on, the back side of the sidewalk, the applicant would need to provide a street tree planting easement in that area. And then it would depend on the disposition of who's responsible for maintaining those, whether it's the HOA or the homeowner. So that's something that we need to get worked out. That could be an issue. They are only here for preliminary approval this evening. They will have to come back to the board for final approval. That could be an issue that gets worked out.
Yeah, I don't recall, since I've been on the planning board, trees in between sidewalk and curb. I really don't, and again, it's,
We can move
you know-
it back. I believe the ordinance requires them, as most ordinances do, between the curb and sidewalk.
and we haven't done it though. Where have we done it?
But we have a lot of communities that say, let's shift them back, let's put a couple.
Well, you know,
We can resolve this,
you know who
that
wants,
issue.
you know who wants the sidewalk fixed and who wants to pay for it? Us. I mean,
Maple trees do a job on sidewalks because they're root base.
well, just, Scott, take a look at it and see what you think.
And if that's a board
It's
preference,
gonna be a long time from now, but
would be agreeable to move the trees behind.
it'll still
We
happen.
have no problem with that.
You know, it may look nicer to shield the development with them a little closer. I mean, it's just something
Yeah, I think.
I hope you look at.
Yeah, I think the applicants agreed to make that change.
It's not gonna be reserved for final. That's the decision now.
And Rick, I think you mentioned Pinoka street trees, and that's not one of the ones where we had there's a little issue in your plan.
That, yeah, you know what, okay,
So Pinoka will not be.
if not, right.
one of
I think the scientific name might be right on the plan, but the common name did get changed.
Yep. All right, thank you guys.
Okay.
All right, so lastly, lighting, so, the redevelopment plan did outline standards, for, lighting as well as the requirements in the ordinance. So the lighting that we are proposing is, decorative lighting, LED luminaires, pole mounted, and they're distributed through the subdivision. The lights are full cutoff type lights, which are lights that prevent uplighting towards the sky. The lights are gonna be on decorative poles, mounted at 16-foot height. They'll have a 3,000 Kelvin color associated with them. So that would be a warmer as opposed to a cooler color. Cooler colors being more bluish in tint. So we will have a warmish color, more like a traditional light color. The lights have been spaced and designed in accordance with the township illumination requirements, and all the street lights have been spaced at less than 200 feet apart throughout the project. And that concludes my testimony.
No, it doesn't. No. Is a development sign proposed with preliminary
No.
application? So we're going to defer that till final. Okay, one of the, I think it was Mr. Taylor's comments was with respect to a sidewalk connection between the residential side and the commercial side.
Correct.
Can you just describe why we want to defer the sidewalk connection?
So we would show a walkway. So this, the end of Road A is where we abut to the commercial area. So we would show on the plan a sidewalk connection connector, it would take us to the boundary line. We would probably ask, however, that the sidewalk installation be deferred until the commercial plan is actually developed, so that we don't wind up putting a walkway in and then have to tear it out and move it. So we have no objections to providing the walkway. We'll graphically show it on the plans so that everyone knows it's a requirement, but we would simply defer its installation until we know where it's going.
Otherwise, we may have a deer trail created.
Makes sense.
Okay.
So my only question is this, who built it? On your property?
The commercial guy who develops the commercial.
You guys, the Long Bridge applicant would take that responsibility.
So the current applicant would
Our
take it.
applicant would take responsibility, making that connection once we know where it's gotta go.
So the only problem with that is, if it's 3 or 8 years before the commercial is built, the bonding, the HOA, the townhouse development is completely gone. We're talking about 9 feet of sidewalk. You have a basin there, so there's an open spot. I would build the 9 feet. If the commercial doesn't connect into that spot,
That's not a problem.
I think administratively, it's easier to just.
That's fine.
We thought, I think we misconstrued your comment then. We thought you were dealing with the entire sidewalk connection going through, but
No, we're just
no.
saying, because you have sidewalks
Just adding, just,
everywhere,
okay,
but you're about 9 feet away from your property line.
okay.
Scott, that's not a problem. We can do it.
So Scott, I have a question. Again, I'm just trying to understand how this is going to work down the road. 2 people are responsible for the storm basin. I mean, how's that going to work?
One's responsible.
One.
That's why I asked the question. There will be a condition of this approval that the townhouse, the residential, because it's 4 singles and 45, they are responsible for the maintenance of that basin in perpetuity. So whether a little commercial site gets built, a big commercial site, no commercial site, if there's ever an issue, the township's direct contact is that HOA to say, there's a barrel, there's overgrowth, whatever the issue is, that's the one.
So, in an imperfect world, there could be a
They wanna
dispute
see- yeah, and then
between.
They want to see funds under a private contractual obligation that says, with that commercial developer, hey, you guys are putting 33% of the water in here, here are the costs, you owe us $9,000 a year. That's up to that. If that goes south, our contact is still
That-
that HOA.
And
So they,
that-
that's a
not-
civil condition between the commercial side and the homeowners to suit.
That
also.
happens all the time.
Yeah.
Stormwater easements between
Yeah.
neighboring property owners with respect. to-
Okay, I just
And,
never-
and the document
All
allocating
right.
based on, in this case, it would be
That's-
the rate of
yeah.
flow from each particular
Okay, I've
side.
just never seen it myself, so, and you say it can work and it does work, Scott? And
It does as long as that entity is identified and 5 years down the road, the town isn't asking the HOA and the HOA says, well, we think the commercial guy's responsible. So that's why we want it in the HOA docs. Bob satisfied with that language, the town knows that's what we call it.
So,
It may not stop somebody coming in and say, I didn't know about it, but from
Right.
the perspective of the board approving it and the professionals reviewing it, it's a notice for future owners.
so,
And shame on them for not necessarily looking at a title report.
again, pardon me, I'm not an attorney, but say there's a dispute. And the homeowners association say, our hands are tied, this commercial guy's not doing what he's supposed to do. Where's the teeth in as far as the municipality is concerned, in a situation like that? I mean, I might ask Bob, I might ask anybody. What do we do as a
Jen?
municipality when it's full of garbage and they're fighting over there?
I think under the law, under the best management practices, the town has the ability to enter the property, clean and/or maintain the basin, and
take them to court.
take, attach a lien against the
lien.
property, or,
Which property?
all the properties.
Bob, you with that? So against the homeowners, so each again, I'm not trying to throw a wrench in, I just kind of would like to understand what the mechanism is going forward. Because again, that is a very visible basin, right? So what do? We file, a lien gets filed against the homeowners association, and where does that lien go? Who does it? And I'm really not worried so much about the homeowners keeping the basin clean. I'm worried about a commercial entity coming in and maybe not
contributing.
doing their, well, and then a fight breaks out. And guess who's stuck? The
Well,
town.
I think that's what Mr. Taylor's question earlier in the hearing was going to, is that it would be the HOA who would be
Yeah.
responsible to make sure that it's getting maintained. If they have to institute an action against the owner of the commercial piece for not complying with its obligations under whether or not it's a stormwater
Again, I just want
agreement
to
or
take it a little
easement.
further. So say, and again, I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench, I would like to understand what I'm voting for. So now there's a fight between the commercial guy and the homeowners association. Had these homeowners associations ever gone bankrupt?
Sure.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
it's possible,
Well, Scott, I'd like you
And
to
it's
work that out somehow.
Yeah, and one of the things we may have the potential to do here, because it is unique and sort of unique here.
And to us, and to Hainesport.
And Hainesport is, again, they're only here for preliminary. If between now
Well-
and the time of final, we figure out a mechanism.
Yeah.
Because the other thing is, because this is subject to a redevelopment plan, the township could do, and I mean township committee as redevelopment entity, a separate agreement so that both parties are crystal clear. So that's something I think we'll have to coordinate between Bob, the applicant, their attorney, and Mr. Gillespie to see what mechanism would make the board and the town the most comfortable. But I think we have options because of the redevelopment plan status here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's just something to think, a what if, down the road.
Yeah.
You know.
Mr. Miller, did you have anything to add to that? Do you have anything to add to this?
It just occurs to me that if there's it's going to have to be an agreement between the homeowners association and the commercial.
Yes.
It is, and it's effectively owned by the homeowners association. The commercial property, it's to their benefit to come to some agreement, because if they don't come to some agreement and they can't use the basin, they have to provide it on their own property, which will be a big loss for them. So they have real incentive to come to some agreement and to make the thing work.
And, I'm thinking, commercial, say, a truck gets a big leak in it, and the diesel fuel's going down and into this basin. I mean, now what? And then, and the home, oh, it wasn't us, we didn't do that, and then they're all like, we got all this going, huh?
Then there will be lawyers.
And the other.
Right, but who's stuck? Who's stuck? Who's stuck in the end is Hainesport.
Insurance company.
So
I think we can.
an insurance company would have to clean that, but what if the guy has no insurance? I mean, he goes
Well,
bankrupt.
the homeowners association is going to be required to have insurance.
Okay, so as long as
Right.
we,
Correct.
And
Yep.
the commercial developer will.
Yes.
But and just so the board is clear, the basin itself is technically on the commercial lot, so it will be the property of the commercial lot. But the residential HOA is obligated to maintain it.
Yeah, I mean,
Correct.
every marriage is great till the divorce comes. You know,
The initial development is
Oh,
going to be
great.
the residential side.
we need a prenup, a good prenup.
Post-nups are really good as well.
All right, well, Scott, hopefully, and Marty,
Between now
I mean, I want to throw a monkey wrench in the project, but, you know, these guys get done with what they're doing, and everything was done in good faith, and they leave, and then, you know, they got two people fighting. Maybe, hopefully not.
That insurance issue has got to be in that homeowners association, that's a requirement.
Would they have to submit an accord to the municipality? Or is it just an agreement that they'll have insurance?
Well, I think the municipality should be named as the second coverage on the insurance policy, in case a disaster happens.
But an annual submission of an accord to prove there's insurance in effect?
They would have to notify the municipality if there's any cancellation or failure to pay premium,
Who would?
the insurance company.
Okay, well, so if they switch carriers, then what?
The obligation would carry.
I'm saying, it's a very common aspect of an insurance policy that there be a secondary coverage with a notification requirement. So that can be done.
Mr. Patron,
Thank you.
do you have any?
Just a couple general questions. With, including your testimony this evening, have you satisfactorily addressed Mr. Miller's comments and will be able to provide him the details and revisions to the plans that he's requesting?
Yeah, I reviewed the latest letter from Mr. Miller and have no objections to any of the comments.
And you communicated with somebody from Mr. Miller's office today regarding the stormwater comments that were, and none of the stormwater comments that are in Mr. Miller's letter are problematic to the operations of the stormwater system as designed?
I agree with that. The caveat to that is we don't know what DOT's going to answer, have to do with that connection.
Understood.
Similarly, with the DEP having to do with the wetlands, they may have some comment on the fact that there will be significantly less water getting into the wetlands area. I don't know what that comment would be.
Understood. And again, similarly, addressing the comments of Mr. Taylor, and between now and final, some of those comments will be able to be addressed. That's all questions I have for Mr. Clemson. If any of the board members or the professionals have any further questions.
I have one, and just cut me off and say it's coming next if somebody else is going to testify. Traffic study.
Okay.
You don't want to hear about that one, huh?
We have a traffic engineer here.
Oh, okay, somebody, you have another, okay,
We do have a traffic engineer.
okay.
So we have.
Any board members have any questions of Mr. Clemson? I'm sorry, what is it? Clemson, right, was right.
Thank you for bending a little on a couple of those issues.
No problem at all.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
If you can just identify yourself for the record, please.
So Dave Shropshire, Shropshire Associates.
And your-
Professional planner in the state of New Jersey.
Dave, if you testify before this board and you've been recognized, Do you need his further qualifications? He's been recognized previously here.
Here,
Yes,
by this board?
yes.
Okay,
And
any
ano-
questions or?
Another traffic study?
Yes.
I remember you. I think you actually told the truth in that study. I remember you.
Then we'll rest on that.
I remember him. I usually don't. but-
So he's acceptable.
He did too, that's true.
Dave, obviously, you're the traffic engineer involved with this project, so if you could just describe any impact.
We prepared an initial traffic study, and then actually we did a supplement to that based on comments that we received from the county in order to fulfill the conditional approval that we received from the county. This site's gonna generate between 40 to 45 peak hour trips, and that's either during the morning peak hour or during the afternoon peak hour. To give you an order of magnitude, that's less than half of the traffic that you see coming in and out of Easton Way across the street from us with Pageport Chase. So it's nowhere near as significant traffic as you would see coming into that access today. When we looked at the levels of service, when we did our analysis of the four-way intersection, everything functioned at a level of service C or better, so the delays are fairly minimal. As Mr. Clemson has described, the county specifically required widening along Gainsborough Mount Laurel Road in order to provide the ability to bypass left-turning traffic. And again, we followed what the county was requiring with regard to the design of the striping, as he's described it, and there was enough width on the roadway to bypass traffic, if need be, for neighbors into and out of this. Again, level of service C or better for our traffic coming out, very low impact. We're talking about left turn movements in the range of 6 to 11 into our site, one double of that, so that goes into Easton Way. It's just not a big generator, and therefore there wasn't a substantial impact, and we have county approval with regard to the access.
And basically, the county required improvements are predicated on the numbers.
Correct.
Is there contemplated to be a traffic signal at that intersection or the next one down at Fostertown Road, either one of those?
Not that I'm aware of, and this doesn't add to the level of traffic that would warrant the traffic signal. I'm not sure at Fostertown and Hayesbrook, Mount Laurel, what the county might have planned. Based on that.
That's the one with the red blinker. Because I know traffic backs up a little before Easton Way going towards Wawa in the southbound lane when it's rush hour traffic with the red blinker. There's traffic backing up now. Now, can you explain, I was going to ask it before, but maybe somebody can explain that the intersection of Road A and Easton Way and Hainesport Mount Laurel Road, how many lanes is going to be there? Sounds like there's going to be a couple of left turn lanes and...
No, the way it's being designed is to have one through lane in each direction that would accommodate the left turn lane. And I think it's already been described by somebody, there's an existing deceleration lane, right turn lane that goes into Easton Way, which is somewhat of an older design. However, I believe what the county's trying to do is get enough width on the roadway and enough pavement that they might be able to do some sort of improvement overall in the future. But they're asking for that, that's why the right of way is so big. And they're asking for the widening on our side so that we can get enough width so that additional improvements might be able to be done in the future. But in effect, it's one lane on each approach coming into and out of that intersection with the ability for sufficient shoulders to bypass traffic if need be.
Basically, the county's banking land for future improvements.
Exactly.
But yet you say that there's only going to be 45 or 40-some during peak hours?
Right.
But some numbers that we heard before were getting up close to 100.
No, that, right now, even Easton Way doesn't generate 100 peak hour trips. As a matter of fact, I just was looking at it, 99 during the PM peak hour at that access, combined in and out of Easton Way. And our number obviously is 45, just less than half that.
And I guess the county has approved those 2 additional curb cuts for the residential part?
Correct. And obviously also require that those 2 lots.
2 lots go into Road A.
Minimize the curb cuts.
Okay.
I imagine if you have a school bus currently, that it turns into Eastern Way before it picks up children. So if you have children coming out of your development, are you anticipating them being picked up right at Kingsport Mount Laurel Road, or are you anticipating the bus going in?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of how the Board of Education would do the bus route. It would be very typical and also consistent with the county plan to have that bus stop out on the county road rather than go interior into the development.
Buses go into Kingsport Chase all the time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
School buses go into Kingsport Chase.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of the overall volume of children and places to turn around within there. It probably makes more sense to just have that accumulation come out to the county road. But
But-
again, your Board of Education will determine that, how they're going to do the route.
But your cul-de-sacs, I take it, are big enough to have a fire truck
They'll take a truck, yes.
make a turn, a U-turn. Yeah.
I don't know if you mentioned this or not, Road A and Road B, are they public roads?
Public roads.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question on the two houses that will be, the driveway go on to the county road. So I'm going through this now along Mount Laurel Road with people putting in circular driveways. Is the intent of the builder, maybe you can answer the question, is that if you're not putting any form of circular driveway in, are you putting some type of turnaround on the driveway? Scott, I can see the plan, so, but is there something for them to be able to turn around their own property toward the garage to be able to back up and come straight out?
Yeah, it does have little K-turn areas.
Yes, exactly.
So
Okay.
yes,
All right,
that was required.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
Who is responsible for snow removal in there?
Homeowners association.
Well, it's a public road.
It's a public road,
They're public roads.
township.
So
So with
the HOA would do the sidewalks and the walkways and
Or the individual, because they're fee simple lots, the individual
Depending
homeowners
on
may
how
do
they-
their sidewalks.
obviously.
Yep. But with respect to plowing, since they are streets to be dedicated to the township,
We did away with that greenery in the middle of the turnaround right over years ago. Snowplows couldn't. I've looked at it, I just forgot.
any further questions for Mr. Shropshire?
No, I think we did it. Thank you, sir.
Drew? Or Eric? or-
Good evening. My name is Drew Crisanda. I'm a managing member of Longbridge Farms.
A lot of what you're going to testify to this evening is the architectural appearance of the townhouse units. And I know you have some exhibits. And as you're, with your testimony, as we're going through those, we'll identify them.
I'm going to kind of go into reverse here. Based on, feedback is going through this process.
We'll identify this as A9 to keep it consistent with the handout of witnesses and exhibits that I provided earlier.
So this picture illustrates what we don't want the units to look like, which is a wall of same color siding, very little variation in terms of depth, and any sort of architectural detail.
I mean, you don't want what Mount Laurel typically
You got it. I believe there was a misunderstanding that this was exactly what we were intending. This is an actual picture of a community. Obviously, you do not want to look like that. But here, this is post-board number 2. What we're looking at here is an actual picture of an actual community that was built by NPR, or Ryan Homes. This is to illustrate the depth and the features. We've got shutters on here so that you get a better sense of what the rear units will look like. We attempted by way of renderings, but the renderings lack
So this would be Exhibit A6, which is a rendering, it's a photograph but annotated to show some of the details that are going to be added to the townhouses proposed for Longbridge.
Specifically, the colors, there will be 8 different color schemes throughout the community. The colors in the front will match the rear, so you won't have similar colors or matching colors or one solid color going through. There'll be a variety. There will be shutters on the rear of the unit. There's an effort to spruce up the appearance. And then the deck. There are actually 3 different products that will be marketed in the community. And they're different in terms of their depth. So you have a roughly 30-foot product, a 35-foot, and a 40-foot. There's no way of telling how they'll sell. That remains to be seen. But there will certainly be upward at least 2 feet of difference between units, because that's built into the site plan. So each unit will stagger every unit at least 2 feet, but you could potentially have a unit that's, you might have 10 feet, and 8 feet, from one unit, as this picture indicates. In addition to the rear, there's what nowadays we're calling high visibility side end units. So this is the side of the unit that is highly visible. We have decided to make all the end units a high vis elevation, so that every end unit in the entire community, whether it can be seen or more visible than not, will have this treatment, which includes shutters, windows, things to break up just again the side, accent siding, things of that nature to break up.
So it's all designed to minimize so that it doesn't look like a row home?
Correct.
Okay, so that you have offsets and different architectural features that enhance, you know, townhouses of yesteryear. And with respect to how it ties into the subdivision plan and the fee simple lots, you know, obviously there are 7 buildings proposed for the 45 townhouse units. And how is the, you know,
Typically, the way it would lay out is the builder, in this case, we have 8 different color schemes, and they were provided in packet 2. It's a kind of a matrix. It looks similar to this. You'll see a column here which calls out the color scheme, and then behind it, we have the 2 pages of the color scheme. Typically, the builder would start on one side of the unit, and let's say it's a 6-unit building, they would use color scheme 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And then they get to the next 6 units, they would start over again and keep going through the community. What we've decided to do is we're starting in the beginning, and we're rolling through all 8. Then it doesn't matter where it falls in the next building, we'll start over at 1, and we'll keep going through in sequence. What it does is it just creates more variation. We won't have as many repeated colors.
and the color scheme and architectural features are locked in stone? That is, the purchaser will not have an option to change the color scheme?
That's why you have it in front of you. You can look at, from the matrix, you can look at lot 16, and it will tell you what elevation it's going to be and what color scheme, and that is not selectable, it's not a choice.
The only option that impacts the exterior that a homeowner may want is a deck, is that correct?
Yes, so that could be available. Obviously, they need to be permitted, so if the builder would get a permit, look at that. Otherwise, you know, they could come in after they settle on the numbers, but they have to get the appropriate construction permit.
And the decks would be second floor decks, because the first floor being the garage space and...
Yes. So the way these are 3-story townhomes, so you enter in on the lower level where the garage is. Use this is a marketing brochure, so disregard this. This is just a marketing brochure that we have. So you enter in on the main level, you go up a flight of stairs to where your kitchen and living room are, and that's where the decks would be built up.
So off of the second floor living area.
Correct. Off the kitchen.
And
Just a question, guys. Didn't the first gentleman say they were two-car garage with 2 spaces in the driveway?
that was for the singles. That was for the first single families.
I'm like looking at this, I'm saying,
And
wait a
then
minute.
1-car garage with 1 space in the
All
driveway.
right.
Are you including design specs if somebody decides to buy a townhouse without a deck and later changes their mind after they move in and want to put a deck on? But they have to put a deck on that's in conformity with your design standards.
Yeah, the HOA, which hasn't been written yet, will certainly have some restrictions, and certainly the local building codes and zoning would probably come into play there.
And
We've actually asked for that as a condition of approval, so that whatever the standard design is, and whether it's fencing or a deck, it's included on these plans. And that way the HOA and the homeowners know, and when they go to Kathy to get a permit, there's no question of, well, I don't want a white rail, I want a wooden rail. It's exactly whatever they specify and doesn't deviate from that.
Right.
And we have no problem putting limitations and restrictions in the HOA documents with respect to fencing, decks, sheds. I think, I think sheds are going to be prohibited on any of the townhouse lots. So the HOA documents will provide that language, as well as whatever, if we're limiting the homeowners to style and color of fencing, that will also be identified in the HOA documents in advance.
Backyard fencing? Backyard fencing?
They won't be provided, but they have to be simple.
Well, they certainly
They
put them
can.
up.
There'll be-
Yeah, we would limit the type and the color choice, that
And-
would all be in the.
So you preserve the design uniformity throughout?
Yes. And location as well, so as you don't prohibit an interior unit from gaining access to his rear yard by going around the other buildings.
Can I ask you a question? So I work in another town tonight as well, and you folks have built these in East Hampton, Waterville. Are we looking at a similar, if not pretty much the same thing as if we built in East Hampton?
Let me ask you, I actually don't work around this.
With development.
It's right on Wood Lake Road. I honestly don't know the name off the top of my, but I've been there 15 years. I know you guys were building when I started, about 10 years ago. And it's literally the same design that I see here, where everything is at grade level. Is that correct?
0.
So I'm not familiar with the community that you're speaking at right now. That could have been,
I think it's third or fourth inning.
Okay.
Yeah, my guess is probably a very similar product.
So are these basements then at grade level at walkout?
Yes, that one, yeah.
So what if they want to put a pool in, swimming pool? What happens there?
Good question, I would think that would be.
Yeah, well, they'll have to comply with the requirements of.
I was gonna say no, that's
That's
it.
I mean, the HOA documents are going to identify that there's, existing zoning laws for any other improvements
You
that.
mentioned fee simple, but even though they're fee simple, an HOA can still be responsible for things like snow removal,
Yes.
lawn maintenance, for consistency to make sure all the
Correct.
lawns are,
Yes.
I live in a fee simple HOA,
Right.
and they take care of all that.
Yeah, and we could, the structure of the HOA, I think, for the, I think the most important consideration of the HOA for this particular development is the maintenance of the stormwater basins. I mean, I think other items with respect to the contractual agreement between a townhouse purchaser and the other townhouse purchasers through the HOA documents,
Well, I didn't hear an answer on the pools, though, did I?
No.
I know I heard it was a good question. Now I need a good answer.
it can't be a big one.
Well, no, so I think that's important,
Well-
because the problem we run into is the township and Kathy ends up getting caught between the HOA.
Yes.
And then somebody's bringing an application, and then the HOA says they're not allowed to bring an application. So I think it's important
Well,
for that to get thought out
mhm.
and resolved. I don't care if that gets deferred to final.
Yeah, well, I think we can, we'll talk
So
to,
how big are their backyards gonna be, like?
So, Bruce, let me interrupt if you don't mind. So what really needs to be distinguished here is the difference between the townhouses and the singles.
right,
So, and that's got to be clearly defined, zoning officials to know exactly
Yes.
what can and can't. I will tell you, most of the townhouses do not do pools.
Yep.
In all my years of doing this, very rarely. The singles, there's a good possibility.
there's a right.
So,
So what's the setback on the side yard for a pool at this
well,
time?
at this
Is it
point,
5
it
feet?
still remains 15 feet
15?
inside. We haven't done anything with what we have discussed in some of our meetings.
So it's only a 20-foot wide lot.
They can't,
So that kind of shoots a pool, maybe a lane pool.
Until they show up and ask you for a hot tub with a
Mhm.
setback variance. So the question is, that's where our preference is, and we asked for it in the report, to list all of those things. Are you allowing rear yard fences? Does your HOA allow it? If so, put a
We-
single design, put it on the plans. Do the same thing for sheds, pools, hot tubs, anything else. Or Kathy and the board, you all get caught in the middle.
Well, yeah, I mean, Kathy, it breaks Kathy's heart when somebody wants to come in and put a pool and a fence in, and she's got to tell them, hey, oh, you know, sorry.
One of the things that I suggest, as, again, I always say for the past 20 years, is that when all this is said and done, if you were to approve this, and everybody goes away and has a good day, it falls on the zoning official, whether it be myself or somebody in the future. And at that point, I think it's really imperative that the zoning official sees these documents and takes a look at them prior to anyone solidifying them and approving them, because again, you all go away, and then we're stuck with these things, and we go, well, that's not really gonna work, nobody asked us. So that's what I would.
Well, and then-
Mr. Chairman, I will have no problem discussing with
Yeah.
the zoning officer her concerns and, you know, where she is encountering particular problems so that the HOA documents can address them.
Yeah, and the homeowner's mad at, Hmm?
All these restrictions been put in the governing documents?
It's a homeowners association document, so there are, well, deed restrictions in what sense?
No
This
pools.
restriction.
Well, that'll be in,
Yeah.
Boats and your
well,
driveway.
that,
Yeah, the covenants.
that'll be in the HOA documents.
In the declaration of covenant stuff.
Mr. Crisanda, I have a question for you, back a couple of slides. It's just a curious question. The end view of these units, you have some windows, and then there's one solid.
It's a door so that when you put the patio on the side, you can get.
Is that what that is?
get the
So,
deck.
Add a deck, right?
Okay.
That was my question.
Oh, did they ask it? They asked and answered it?
No, that was my
Oh.
question.
Oh.
Okay, so it's for future patio then, is what? Oh,
It's just a shutter detail, like a fake window,
oh,
just an
It's a-
architectural design.
It breaks up the
Okay.
size.
all right,
It's not a means of egress, nothing's going on the side.
all right.
so you guys seem like you have a lot to do with the design of the buildings. Are you, I mean, is it you, or are you just repeating what Ryan Holmes wants to do? I'm just curious.
We're working in part.
I mean, I like everything I hear, I'm just curious. I know Eric, you know, Eric's a good designer type man,
We're
and,
working with,
okay,
you know, Mr. Taylor, and
yeah.
we don't even have really lots to sell. Ryan's a builder.
Right, I understand, but I was just curious, and I'm okay with it, I'm just, you got a lot to say about how you're doing it.
Work with us.
Yeah, and it's all,
Builders that would say,
it's all good, it's all good, I just was curious. Like, hey,
Oh,
I'd like to clarify the question.
Eric, identify yourself first for the record.
This is a photo that I took of the current Ryan Humble project down in Sicklerville. And one of the things we were cautious about showing is, this is what a typical end in a different community or different township
that's basically it. What happened was, this is their sales office door, where I believe there's that is not typically on the side of the front. And this is what would be a low vis, our high vis, which look like these, you can see, look nothing like these.
Okay.
What will not look like. What of that picture, what we were going for is the undulation and the depths change, which is, that's the key standard based on the type of unit that is built.
I had
Your
those
buildings
colored
have
pictures.
that offset that's shown in that picture, that is correct. You said it was a I think that's where your 2-foot offset. Minimum 2, depending on what model they pick and what option they pick.
Could be a range.
Yeah. It could range from 2 feet, possibly, I believe, 10 feet.
The case meeting with Brian. So if you're looking at the front of the home, you're gonna have a 2-foot offset in the front. On the rear of the home, depending on which home type is selected, you could have 30-foot deep home next to, say, a 36-foot deep home or 42-foot. So at a minimum, you're gonna have a 2-foot offset.
Do we have any of that submitted?
Yes.
We have building strings that show the offsets.
Well, it's not in the various configurations. So the minimum we show in there is 2 foot.
What happens if you don't get enough people to pick those varying depths? You know, everybody wants a certain.
At a minimum, you'll have 2 feet. So if everybody in that, the home, say, it's a Beethoven, a Mozart, and Strauss. If everybody in that 6-unit building
One model.
picked a Beethoven, you'd have a minimum of 2 feet separation between them down the road. I would tell you that would be highly unusual. There's always a variety of,
So you don't start a building then until you've got sales for all of the units, so you know what combination of units you're gonna have for that building.
we're almost all.
So, Mr. Ryan, demographics, what age group do you expect to be your customer in this development?
It'll be varied. That this is completely projecting, but typically we'll see a first-time buyer, newlyweds, starter homes, and then we'll see probably a 30 to 40% move down buyer. People going through divorces, downsizing from larger properties, if they're just over the maintenance and kind of work associated with a single family lot, so they want to kind of move into a place where they can park their car, go inside and be done for the day. It'll vary, but
No real middle America with a lot of kids.
probably not.
You don't see it. You don't see it. Okay.
Before we go, excuse me, before we,
Correct, with the exception of single family.
And then,
break it.
will be road slab, or will be, have some elevation difference?
It'll be one slab.
One slab, so then that means that if luckily, I think this whole site is pretty flat, so you don't have a lot of grade. So when you have 8-unit building, 6-unit or 8-unit?
It varies.
Okay, so you can have 6 or 8. So then you can have a long building that's one slab. The driveway on one side is going to have a 0.5% grade, and on the, and at the other end, depending on what's happening on the drive, you can have as much as 6, 7, 8%, right?
If the road, depending on, if the road grade is that extreme, the path would be set to maybe an 8-inch step.
All right, so without looking at the grading plan, I can't tell you exactly what the variation is, but it would be fairly uncommon that we would have a 6 or an 8-unit building that did not have some elevation difference along the slab. So it would be uncommon to be one, if you have 8-unit building, it would be fairly uncommon to have that one slab all the way across without some deviation in stepping of the slabs. I don't remember exactly how it lays out here, but it would be a little unusual for that to happen. And then to your point about the driveways, if they were all the same, you could have a variation. Normally, the way we'll design Ryan townhouse buildings is the showers would generally be 2%, and we keep the driveways under, or 8 or under. So we're not gonna have, real extremes in either direction. And if we did, they would force the steps in the slabs.
Yeah, it's like that. Technically, it's the road.
I want to interrupt everybody for a second. We're going to take a 5-minute bladder and baseball break, okay?
Well, there's no score yet.
There's still nothing.
That's-
Phillies are up, one out.
Third.
All right, that takes care of half of the break.
That was my job tonight.
Are we taking a break now?
Huh?
Are you taking a break now?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or a stretch break or something, whatever you want.
How much more? What the Yeah.
Might not.
Because I have,
I just, there's
Oh,
there's candy in
okay.
my office. Go get some.
Oh, Jesus.
That's why I had to go too.
Are we on the record?
Yes.
No.
Yes,
Yes.
you can go.
Okay, Mr. Crisanda, you were testifying.
I think we concluded that part of the testimony. We're going to have Drew address one of the comments in Mr. Taylor's review letter with respect to storage, especially pertaining to trash cans, and what is going to be done to address that comment.
We have, there's going to be a architectural change where we're adding a nook to the garage area. I have copies for hand out. It was just designed yesterday, so not all pressed.
Inside storage?
It's inside storage.
So, are we approving the design tonight? Are you asking us to approve the design, or are we just talking about? No, I mean, I'm just wondering, I thought we were just gonna, sometimes, I'm getting old, I forget. I thought he said that we were just subdividing the property and providing commercial versus,
We were creating the commercial lot. We weren't asking for any approvals associated with the commercial lot,
Okay,
other
but
than creating it. With respect to the subdivision, we're creating the townhouse community preliminary approval for the townhouse project as well as the 4 singles. As part of the review or submission requirements, we were obligated to submit architectural renderings, floor plans, and the like, and they were further revised to address comments included in the first review letters that were issued, I want to say, very beginning of October or end of September. That's what the architectural plans that Mr. Crisanda has been testifying to that were submitted to the board in the form of packets that Mr. Crisanda's testimony alluded to, and to address comments in the review letter, the second review letters just recently issued. So this is the, requirement of the redevelopment plan as well as the submission requirements for the application before the board this evening. And one of the comments,
Accurate floor plans and elevations for all the facades submitted with the building permit?
Drew?
Yes. So which documents are they?
We have a packet, this packet.
yeah, I understand.
Color coded, elevations, floor plans.
The second packet that was submitted, there's all the elevations.
Oh.
So 14 pages.
Color code.
That packet has the elevations, individual elevations, and then the floor, the lower level, the first floor, and the second floor. 3 different
Right, but none of the building strips showing the all.
None of the Yes, that's correct. That will be determined when it's sold.
Last photo shows rear offsets.
It does, so that was attempted to show what they may look like.
It shows rear offsets, hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Worst case
But-
scenario, there would be 2 foot of offset between every unit.
Right.
And
Next to last photo shows rear offsets hypothetically of a more uniform nature. That is less than the offset in the last photo.
Correct.
Right. And this next to last would also, if you imagine, give you the offsets for the front side too. Correct?
so each unit will be staggered.
Correct. Decks are optional.
Decks are optional. But each unit will be staggered. So whether or not it's staggered towards the front or staggered towards the back of, behind of the adjacent, but they're going to be staggered.
Stagger in the rear will depend on what.
Right.
So,
there'll always, the front will always be staggered 2 feet from unit to unit.
so, how do, again, I'm just asking, how do we approve what you're doing because it's not sold yet? How do we, what right of,
Subject to final plan.
oversight does the municipality have in the design
We
of
have,
these?
we have to comply with the approval, and the approval is going to reference the exhibits that were provided to the board.
What's the range?
Right, but-
Is it 2 foot to 10 foot? There's the options throughout.
The minimum age of the smallest floor plan is 32 feet. The mid-size, the most size is 36 feet. Then the largest spout is 42 feet. So the maximum would be the 2 foot offset at the front plus 10 feet if you're going age over next to a shower.
So what if they all buy the same,
That's 2 feet.
they're gonna have to have at least 2 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that's pretty much reflected on this? So the back might just be 2 feet?
There was a practical question, not design related, that was, somebody inquired about on the break, and that is, do we have a fire department letter, accepting the design proposals, height,
Oh, you have to,
and other, fire-related issues?
yeah, you have to have that. He's gotta sign off on the job, right? Fire official.
They've approved, as submitted.
Okay, so implicitly, they're able to deal with the fire in the top floor when it's places.
Correct. Mhm. I mean, other issues may come into play, through the construction code.
Oh, I'm not
But
talking
that's-
about fire
but-
code.
But we have submitted to the fire official, and he did issue a letter dated September 22nd.
I'm just asking whether they feel they can fight a fire on the 3rd floor. And the answer is
Yes.
yes.
Mount Laurel can.
What are the height of these?
It's hit.
So is that at grade or is that at first living space?
That's the first.
0, 0.
Lower level at the top of the
Zero.
slide.
Okay. Because
Already 4 feet.
when we say it's 35 foot is our height, we also use mean height.
You go to the middle of the truss, from
Right.
a foot
From
up
the
to
top,
the bridge.
from the top, bottom plate to the peak is the middle, so you climb with the height then.
We were back to the nook that was going to be created for trash containers as a modification to the floor plan that were provided with the architectural to address comments from Mr. Taylor's review letter. Basically, all we're doing is, pushing back a part of the garage wall into the ground level open area behind the garage.
Behind the garage is
Big enough to handle the new recycle containers on wheels, the large version.
Yes.
Kathy, don't we have an ordinance that basically says garbage cans and trash containers are to be kept out of sight?
That would
At the
actually
front.
be code enforcement officers. I don't know from.
Yes.
code.
I mean, we do have that.
That was a township ordinance a year ago.
We do have one.
The redevelopment plan for this project specifically required that all trash and recycling will be stored inside the garages, outside of the parking space. So that is a requirement and a condition of their approval. They have the option to do a central trash compactor, but they're choosing to do individual, but they have to be in the garages.
So the requirement that the trash and recycle have to be in the garage should also be in the HOA agreement.
Yes. Not a problem.
So, back to we talked about the pools. Say I have a unit, I'm facing, Easton Way, kind of there, and I want, what are we gonna do with fences? What do you guys think about
I
that?
think they said they're gonna work through that, and before final, they're gonna come up with HOA, whatever they wanna commit on the lots, that'll go on the plans, and then reflected in their HOA docs as well.
Yes.
No, the townhomes, some of them back up to to Hainsport Mount Laurel Road, like, I know you're planning to put a lot of trees in there, but I was just curious what you're gonna allow as far as fencing. Sometimes they go to Lowe's and buy the cheap fence and it's shot like a couple years later.
The color and type will be very limited and it'll be spelled out.
Yeah, okay.
It'll be like a white composite that comes in mind, but we'll spell out more detail.
What do you find in your other developments like this? Are the people putting a lot of fences up?
Typically, to what Mr. Drew was saying, is that, 6-foot white vinyl.
Yeah.
Are the garages going to be built large enough to put a car and the garbage and recycling containers? Because I couldn't put it in mine. Yeah.
They're gonna dig a
Yep.
cubby,
Okay.
build a cubby in the back of the
Sorry,
garage.
So that was, I think, what Mr. Presenter was just talking about. We
Yes.
had noted in our report that
Yeah,
they
the-
didn't have any place for the trash
Yeah.
in there. And we need to make sure that the garage is fit a 9x8 parking space on it.
And the redesign with the nook will provide for both the nook for trash containers and the parking space complying with the 9x18 requirement.
So the 2-foot variance, I'm looking at one that looks like it's all flat across the front, it still looks, not okay, but then I'm looking at the second page here where it looks like we got in the front. What, is that determined by the purchase of the unit?
The 2-foot offset's gonna be in the front, will be there no matter what.
Okay, so
We're gonna have 2-foot elevation across the front of the building. Now, to Drew's point earlier, it's hard to make that out in some of those renderings, that's why we kind of
Testifying.
gave a few, just kind of show you, it's not gonna look like a flat wall across the front.
Yeah, it looks all right to me, like some, what you're doing with the windows. So that boxed out window, that's an option, right?
No, those elevations are, each one, those are standard, there's no options on those. You'll have that type of variation across the.
Bruce, you're looking at elevation L?
I'm looking at this one here where I see at the end you have
That would be a standard feature.
for that size unit.
If you go to this page, if you don't mind, that's.
Yeah.
the-
Yeah. That's it, the L?
Yep.
Okay.
So, and then the first piece of that is the schematic thing. So for example, lot 3 is elevation L.
Yep.
So that, then you could reference it back to the site plan and go through. The next time you'll see elevation L will be on lot 9,
Okay.
and lot 15, lot 20, lot 23.
They look nice.
and they have different color schemes. So lot 3 has an elevation L with a T1 color scheme. Lot 9 is an elevation L with a T7. Lot 15 is an elevation L with T5.
Okay, I got you. Look good.
But the bottom line is, it's illustrative of the staggering of the units within the building. Obviously, the frontage, every unit is going to be staggered 2 feet, whether or not, in the rear, it will either be 2 feet or greater, depending on which unit the particular purchaser is purchasing. Obviously, if it's, the smallest unit next to the largest unit, the rear stagger is going to be greater than 2 feet. But, it demonstrates that, the front facades will not all be flush, the rear facades will not all be flush, units next to each other will not be flush. And I think, the requirements of the redevelopment plan, as, discussed the architectural features for the townhouses. Did we satisfy the redevelopment plan requirements for architectural? And, part of the requirement was also to present it to the governing body, and that was accomplished.
I think the designs are pretty creative, actually.
But
And I'm usually pretty critical of sort of pedestrian designs that come in here. But yours is pretty good.
from the
And
front,
part of that is, with the amount of information presented to try to demonstrate the new word I'm learning tonight, undulations. They didn't teach us that one in law school.
excuse me, but if it's an option to have the back deck, and nobody in that row decides to have a back deck, then the perception is the barracks.
Jason, can you speak to the take rate from you guys? Typically,
And on the
we'll
front?
see about 60%.
If they want to sell back, sell.
Back selection.
Right?
So,
Yeah.
it's a pretty high take rate.
I'd have one.
So 60% will have them from day one.
60?
Based on their 60.
We'll buy 'em.
Day one from the builder, and then the remaining 40% may or may
So,
not take.
so what do you leave, a slider there with the fenced off?
Yep.
Right,
So they can look outside a little bit, but they ain't
Can't go
going
outside, right?
right.
So based on the 60% take rate, so what, I think that would be 27 of the 45
Huh.
units based on the 60%.
And there may be other ways to increase that. There are mortgage incentives, so with the use of the builder's mortgage company, sometimes they throw in, in this case, like a deck would make sense because they're all needed, but that can make the take rate higher.
Do you see people do people put stairs coming out off the deck downstairs, many? No?
Not typically. I have not,
They do in Larchmont.
just take a set of steps or
Okay.
that, with maybe steps to grade from the deck, but not just steps on the door.
No, I mean steps from, okay, so you said that some people are putting steps from the deck down.
I've seen that, yeah. I mean, that's personal preference, security comes into play, but I have seen that.
I guess, Jason, while you're here, I know you identify yourself for the record, and you're with Ryan Homes.
Yes.
Okay. One of the requirements of the redevelopment plan was that sustainable building practices be utilized. Can you identify what type of sustainable building practices that Ryan will utilize on this project?
So all the water fixtures are low flow water fixtures, tank with hot water heaters, high efficiency heating and cooling equipment. We do additional air sealing in the homes, make sure they're sealed tightly and they don't get leakage from unconditioned air into the finished spaces. All LED lighting throughout the home, passive ventilation systems for indoor air quality.
There's a phrase, Energy Star.
Yep.
Are you building to that standard?
Beyond it. Yeah. That's one of the 5 points of our company, our energy. We don't use the Energy Star term, use that first or
You're using a similar standard.
beyond.
Beyond.
Where's the, are you hanging the condensers off the building, or are they sitting on a pad?
They're on a pad.
And that's shown on the plan, is that shown on the plan?
Is that in this picture?
So, just, again, I'm just, so, I guess the compressor's gonna be under the deck, right? If they do a deck.
That goes the full width of the
Yeah.
unit.
And they're all in the back of the unit.
Doesn't show it in the picture.
I have no further questions of my witnesses, of any of the board members. Need any further, or board professionals?
I do have one question, and I believe Mr. Clements is probably the one that could answer this. I am looking at, part of the big paperwork, okay? CSO 200 is the one I'm looking at. But my question is, on Hainesport Mount Laurel Road, immediately to the north of your property, there are 7 existing dwellings. Okay? You have something up there you're looking at? Okay. And in between 2 of the dwellings, there's some, I don't know, it looks like a road, but it's not. But there's some very, very small print. And I don't know what it says.
That's the road going into Volkswagen.
I think that was a paper road.
No?
No?
Bachman.
My driveway.
It's her driveway.
Mr. Clements, could you just come up and take a look at this, and then maybe you can identify it on yours? I'm talking about right here.
Yeah, that circular porch, I believe.
That was a paper road, was down here.
That was Sexton Avenue, and they vacated it about 69, 68, something like that.
There's nothing there now.
Jeez.
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't know if it was some part of drainage or...
No, that's just the way the tax map shows
Okay,
what's
all
going
right,
on there.
no problem. Okay, any questions from the board members? Professionals? Mrs. Newcomb? No? Mr. Taylor, Mr. Kingsbury, Mr. Miller? We're all good? Okay, well, we're at that point with public comment then. If anyone has a question, put your hand up, and then when I acknowledge you, come to the podium, face Mr. Kingsbury and be sworn in, and then ask your questions.
Good evening, Deborah Playa, 50 Bancroft Lane.
Are you testifying as a...
No, I have I want to revisit the stormwater management plan that was brought up earlier.
Let me swear you in. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, full truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I understand that it's going to be shared between the residential homeowners and the commercial homeowners. I was just a little bit confused. Is the homeowner association going to maintain it, or are they identifying residents within that development to maintain the retention pond?
My understanding is the association is going to maintain it, not individual homeowners.
Yeah, that was my concern, because as most of you know, I'm a lawyer, and I happen to have a case involving a drowning death of a toddler in a retention pond. So I've learned a lot about retention ponds, and I know that individual homeowners in a development are not permitted under the New Jersey Administrative Code to maintain a retention pond unless they're
I think that's true, yeah.
the exact wording, in fact, I looked it up real quick. Here, it says, responsibility for maintenance shall not be assigned or transferred to the owner or tenant of an individual property in a residential development or project unless such owner or tenant owns or leases the entire residential development or project. So I just...
Represented that that's the way it's going to be.
Okay. My other question is, with respect to the retention pond, is there going to be fencing? Because part of it is abuts a residential property, and my understanding, and speaking with the experts in my case, is that they're now trending toward putting fencing and, planting shrubbery to prevent drowning, such as what happened in the case that I have.
Let me say, can I interrupt? You keep using the word pond, but the evidence is that this is not a pond. These are not ponds, none of them.
Is it a dry pond, a detention pond, or a wet pond?
They have called it.
They're not wet,
called it
okay.
a non-wet vegetated area.
Okay. All right, I didn't realize that it was going to be a dry pond. Absolutely, no question. All right, thank you, that was all I had.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Kingsbury will swear you in. State your name and address.
Name, please.
You might swear at me, so.
Say it again.
Good evening, sir. My name is Kent Pipes, 35 Mount Laurel Road.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize you. You swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do. I didn't come to testify or to ask questions on this application. I was here for the next one. I may not stay that long, but I got intrigued with the testimony of the builder about some of the things going to be involved in this development, and I thought I needed to speak. First of all, in green building, we try to orient the structures to the east-west latitude so that they get maximum exposure for solar that's added on later. Are these units, I couldn't see the north arrow, are these designed to be east and west buildings, or are they designed to be north and south?
It varies.
Townhouses are in a row. How do they orient to the north?
So it varies. So most of the townhouses that are along Road A are oriented in an east-west fashion. Front to back, okay?
Okay.
The houses, townhouses on Road B are more or less, say, northwest, southeast.
Thank you. I just converted my house to a ground source heat pump, which uses a direct injection of Freon into the ground rather than a water loop. Everything I build now as a nonprofit developer is all electric. And I don't know if you know, the trend in the industry is we're getting away from gas-fired appliances because of global warming. Are these units designed to be all electric, or will there be gas-fired appliances?
Yes, they'll have gas-fired.
I'd like to encourage you to rethink that, because the future is all electric. In regards to fences, the issue with most home buyers who are newly married or young families is they want places for their children to be able to play safely, and so fences are usually an issue for people who buy a house and then realize, oh, we need a fence. Or they have a dog and they don't want to go out on a leash and have to walk the dog. So I think you need to really think about the usability of the properties that are built, not just what the people at this table might think somebody should have, because buyers have their own opinions sometimes when they're looking at properties. Even after they buy, their needs and desires change. Landscaping, the movement in the industry now is xeriscaping, which is low water usage. Are you designing that as part of your landscaping plan?
Nothing specific.
I would encourage you to do that, because that's certainly an issue for many parts of the country. And according to the EPA, water is the next oil. And we may need to be serious about the water usage and the waste of water even though we think we have plenty with the aquifer under our soils, it's not unlimited. Are your units handicapped adaptable, and are they of visitable design? And by that I mean, if somebody is in a wheelchair and they come to your house, can they get in, and can they use a bathroom on the first floor without having to worry about leaving your house in the middle of an event or a party or even a social visit to go find a bathroom someplace else? Are these units designed with that kind of intent?
They're not completely ADA compliant, they do have 3-foot.
I would encourage you to look at the first floor design and to make the bathroom at least handicapped accessible. Those are the main things that I...
Excuse me, I'm looking at the floor plans, and they do have a powder room option on that first floor. That would be the owner's decision, correct?
It would have to be designed to be able to be accessed by somebody in a wheelchair.
And you can't enforce that under a single-family dwelling under the building code.
You can't do what?
You cannot force the builder in a single-family home to have that facility for anything to do with the public.
I didn't think...
Right now, all the new codes from 2018 will be enforced starting March 6th. We just are in a cycle change. And in all the commercial developments, they can enforce that. On a single-family home, you cannot.
I wasn't suggesting that. I think I asked the builder if they would consider it.
Well, that's my point, though, is that that would be their option. It's not something that would be forced.
That's a trend in the industry that we need to encourage people, because folks that are handicapped are limited to where they can go and who they can visit if units aren't, in their terms, visitable. In regards to the setbacks, many communities have not only front yard setbacks where there's 2-foot minimum, but elevation differences, so you don't have a row of roofs all in one line. Are yours designed to be at least 6 inches in separation? Yes. Good, that's a good design. Thank you for hearing my concerns and considering these questions.
Thank you for your comments.
Good comments.
Yes, sir, gentleman in the back. State your name and address, and Mr. Kingsbury will swear you in.
Charles Markovitz, 2608 Fostertown Road.
Last name, Charles?
Markovitz, M-A-R-K-O-V as in Victor, I-T-Z.
Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God?
I will. I do. I have questions on this. A couple things. One was, bear with me, I was looking up Easton Way, and of course, now it's off the map. Here we go. I have questions regarding egress in and out of this place. And I know that there was a study done, and I would respectfully say I'm not sure how that was done. Meaning that the comment that was made was there's probably maybe 45 cars coming in and out of Hainesport Chase, and for that size of the development. And if
I believe, just direct your questions here. We'll get the answers for you, okay?
Great. Okay.
I believe that the testimony was that that the traffic study was based upon 45 peak movement in and out of this development, AM and PM. Is that correct, sir? Okay.
And that was based upon?
He'll have to tell you the traffic study, which is what we asked for.
The Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, which is the trip generation estimating tool used in every jurisdiction throughout the state of New Jersey, every county, and also throughout the United States.
Okay, well, I guess, I'll get right down into it. Easton Way coming in and out of Hainesport Chase, and everybody thinks that that is the main entrance into Hainesport Chase. And yet there's one at Fox Court, one at Craig Drive, and there's another one off of Route 38 as well as Creek Road. So what I'm thinking at is, and the developers are saying that 45 at peak, and if half of these people are new couples, first starters, I can't think of one that's a stay-at-home mom or dad. So I think 45 is awfully light in the projection. I think we're looking at somewhere in the 60 or 70 car range, and I think that's going to impact the amount of traffic coming in and out of there tremendously, as well as Easton Drive. One. The second comment that I want to make is the retention basin, the large one. I know there were some jokes going around that you have two people that are going to share this, even though the condominium association, sorry, that's not correct. It's Homeowners Association, they're going to be responsible for it, but as the joke goes, over 50% of people get divorced. And if you're going to blend a commercial and a residential, I think that's poor planning. In that, you get people in commercial settings, and we can look up and down Route 38 right now, that have gone out of business, and I can name them right up and down Route 38 in Hainesport, that have gone out of business. And I can use examples right in Mount Holly that people get into trouble and they abandon their company and they flee the state. And now Hainesport and the local people are on the hook. And I think you need to separate commercial and residential for drainage.
So you would have the homeowners association be solely responsible
For the homeowners.
Let me finish.
Oh, beg your pardon.
You would let the homeowners association, you would want that to be solely responsible to the township for the maintenance of the retention areas. Correct?
Well, that is what is proposed right now, that they are solely responsible. And then whatever agreement they have with their commercial neighbors, that's for them to work out. And I would say that I think that is a bad idea.
What's a good idea?
To have commercial retention on its own and residential on its own.
So I have some bad news.
Uh-oh.
3-0, 2 men on, no out. I got real bad news.
All right, last comment, and that would be, and certainly because of its density, I look at this proposal right now, and maybe I'm way behind the 8 ball on this, in that I should have been involved earlier. This is brand new to me that this was happening, and that is 48 units, and I know they're all taxable.
Excuse me, it's 45.
Excuse me,
And
45
then
plus.
4 residential units.
Okay, so
And all the residential units will all be on Hainesport Mount Laurel Road. And then this, for lack of a better term, condominium complex is going to be inside the property. It's 45 of them.
So 45 plus 3 new residential. The 45 units is going to generate a lot more, and I'm asking, is it going to generate more tax revenue, or is it going to generate more cost and burden on our township? Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, as an example, trash removal, snow removal.
Schools.
Well, I understand the schools are low right now, so I don't see that as an issue right now. But as soon as you add children to it, you need more teachers, and so yes, there will be an increase in cost in there as well.
Well, I can talk to you on the schools, because, the committee keeps real good relations with the school, and they are actually looking for some children in the school.
Right, I understand that,
Yeah,
and
but
I
we
know the
can't
numbers
keep-
are low.
We can't keep growing, but we're looking. Now, I would defer to Scott that question of whether a 45-unit
Ultimately, what I'm
development
asking
would
is
be
this
tax negative.
neutral
Yeah, I hear
or
you.
tax
That's a
negative?
good question.
And ultimately, if it is not tax neutral or negative, then is this the best use for that piece of land for our township?
Right. So, as you know, 3/4 of our taxes go to the school.
Yes.
So, the big question is, I'm guessing, are these $400,000 places? So, what's the taxes on a $400,000 home?
Well, if they're
$6
starter,
grand, 7,000, 8,000?
if they're starter homes,
Well, I don't think,
400.
I've seen a lot of their building and 400, I mean, I don't see anything out there for less than 400, but maybe, but again, just doing math, I think the municipality gets about 14% of that, $7,000 or $8,000, right? And I don't think I think that's revenue creating, guessing. I mean, I'm not the expert. What do you think, Scott?
I wouldn't hazard a guess. If the town is concerned, you could ask the developer, if they've done any physical impact analysis, or ask for something to that effect. It would be premature
As part of the,
for me to do any kind of analysis here tonight.
I understand that. What I'm asking is though, is this the best use for the land for us as homeowners and people that live in Hainsport?
That's the only, I can answer that part. This is not the venue to discuss whether this is highest or best use. We went through a rehabilitation and redevelopment designation process that had multiple public hearings. Various parcels were determined to be areas of need of redevelopment and or rehabilitation. We went through a redevelopment plan process. And this area that was transitional between the Route 38 corridor and the existing single-family homes was identified as an area where a transitional housing opportunity between the single families and the Route 38 corridor would be appropriate. So the township committee subsequently agreed to modify the zoning in this area to facilitate 4 single families along the Hainsport Mount Laurel Road with that transitional townhouse zone. So that's really not for the board to decide, is this appropriate for this location now? We already have that when the governing body adopted the redevelopment plan and referred it here for master plan.
I mean, over the years, the last big thing I recall that wanted to come to that property was a water park. Then I think we had an Acme. I think there's a Lidl that wanted to come.
Apartment complex?
We've had pokes at us to fill the whole thing full of apartments. I've had personal contact with some developers, so, you know, you're kind of doing this all the time. To just say, is that the best use? I don't think it's fair, you know, necessarily fair when you compare it to what could have been. I mean, is there anybody here that would want a giant water park there at this point in time? I don't know, it wasn't exactly there, but it was Eric's property, right? So, you know what I mean?
What I was looking at is, as an example, is all commercial. Something, except the single-family homes that would have less impact on the school. As soon as you go to all commercial, they're responsible for this, for the trash. They're responsible for sewer.
Yeah.
Excuse me, not sewer,
Well-
trash for snow removal. It doesn't create any additional burden on
They're not,
township.
and I get you, and I don't think Eric had that opportunity. Nobody's come to him. How long has this place been for sale, Eric? And you can see what we had. Now, a nice town center, you know, that looks high-end brick little town, but I don't see them coming. We haven't seen any kind of development like that, you know, like what's necessarily behind Wawa. I mean, they're either building warehouses or apartments today. That's really it. I mean, everybody rides around and looks, so as far as, and I'm actually happy that he's not in here trying to put 150, 200 apartments on there. That we don't want. So,
Agreed.
you're right. What's the best? The best use is the one that comes if it's manageable and our planner and the county people think it's
Well, thank you for your
use.
time, and I mean it.
And
I'm not
I
trying to
agree
cut
with
you
you. I
off
live
or
up
be
the
angry.
street too. I
Just-
don't live as close to you, but I live up the street too, so.
The only thing I would ask you to consider is the separation of commercial and residential for drainage.
Yeah, I agree with
And the
that.
impact on traffic And I think the numbers
Yeah.
are a little bit on the light side, even if it is, you look up the state and they'll look at the books and say, okay, 45 units, and I've got 45 cars in and out at the most. I'm like, seems awfully light, awfully light.
Well, he's come in here before, and he was right the last time he was here. So
I guess we'll find out one way or the
We'll find
other.
out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I know.
Tell us your name and where you live, and Mr. Kingsbury will swear you in.
Judy Mealy, 2615 Fostertown Road.
Say your name again, please.
Mealy, M-E-L-I.
You swear the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
Yes.
First name again?
Judy.
Judy?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a couple questions. I believe there's 2 open space lots in the plan?
Within this, quote, condominium complex, yes, I think that was the testimony. Yes.
Not a condo.
Okay. So they're usable as far as like recreational or,
I think,
Passive.
okay. My other concern is the grading of the open fields where the commercial is going to be. You get a couple days of heavy rain, and that whole area floods just west of the tree line, dividing the residential section and the commercial section. And it doesn't drain. Judging from what I saw before, where the wetlands tree area is, it's going to drain into the creek. And if that's the case, there's a lot of dead trees that are either down or ready to come down that are blocking that. So there's going to be more water coming from the drainage from the field once they grade it. Something's going to have to be done with that, with the trees. It has to be cleared out, and the majority of it is on that property, not the residents.
it's on the commercial property, it's not where they're putting the condos.
Right, and my other concern was you were talking about a fence around the drainage, but the tree area, once you grade this and there's water being drained, more water being drained into that tree area, there should be something around there as far as keeping kids from going in that area from the townhouses.
I think the first fellow testified that he's gonna, and I hear, am I correct, that you're gonna change the scope of the drainage more towards 38 than towards your house? She lives in the back on the Fostertown side, and obviously has a concern, so.
Yeah, that's correct. So whereas, I would say most of the runoff from the property currently is draining towards that wetland area, we are redirecting it, towards 38 into a, storm sewer system.
So Mrs. Mealy,
So that would have a significant impact on the amount of water that's heading in that direction.
you hear what, you know what he's saying? He's gonna redirect it away from coming towards your property.
Okay, so it's going out towards 38.
Towards 38. It all winds up in the same place, he said, but some of it winds up going towards your place first.
Okay, can something be done as far as all the dead trees that are,
Yeah.
I personally would love to clean that out, do it tomorrow, and then,
yeah, because my husband and I did it until 2015.
Okay.
And we just can't physically do it anymore.
There's somebody in between the two that's throwing a lot of weeds and yard debris and stuff that go in there.
Mm-mm.
I won't say specifics, but I would love to clean it out. The issue may be the fact it's recognized as a ditch, IDEP.
Okay.
It's not a wetland, it's like the one in the middle, that's usually not going to the wetland.
Yeah, because when we get the rain like this, where the field floods,
Yeah.
the water can't drain across Fostertown because the other side of Fostertown, the beavers have totally blocked it down around Vainsport, Mount Laurel.
Rick, can you speak to, we need the DEP permit to open that up? So you could potentially need like a maintenance permit from DEP. Is that a permit, right? Yeah, I think it'd be something you need. So I will tell you, yes, I will, we may need a DEP permit to access it and take it out of there, which at the time that we submit for our DEP stuff for the rest of the site, we'll decide or figure out if we need it, and we have to, if we look at the
Okay, my other question is just down the road, how hard would it be to convert the four-way blinker to a working light? Because
Aren't those county roads?
Yeah, that's not us, it's
That's a county
county.
road. We can, and
They're not gonna do
we solicited for things like that and wrote letters and asked if it becomes a need. I'm sure that our township administrator and Scott and everybody would support it if it's needed, to put a red light there, but
Yeah, because at one point you had talked about putting the portable radar on Fostertown, coming from the blinker light towards 38, but that didn't happen. I know the one on Broad Street is fixed.
Correct, that's a county road. We don't have the ability to put a radar on there.
No,
That's
all right.
complete
Yeah.
county jurisdiction.
Okay. All right, thank you.
more bad news, 5-0 Houston.
I know.
Oh, boy.
Terrible.
Phillies are up,
Any other public comments?
5th inning.
Does everybody know?
Just step forward, please, okay? Mrs. Betcher?
I have a question. It's
Al, I gotta,
Alma Betcher, 520 Mantler Road.
I gotta swear you in, Alma.
Pardon?
Right hand.
No, the other right.
You swear the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead.
Patty Burns's house on her driveway, right next to the back part of Kane's property used to be. I'm wondering if there wasn't a small spring, because that was always wet on her property, down her driveway.
And where is this property?
Patty Burns. It's right behind where Kane was,
It's on Fostertown Road.
on the corner. She's on Fostertown. She's the first, if you go around Mount Laurel to Fostertown, she's the first property. And her driveway was, well, even before she built, because I've been there 50 years. And before she built, that was even wet. And then she had problems with her driveway. It was always wet. And I always wondering if there was a small spring, water spring, if you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, does anybody on the board have an answer to that question? We'll try to get one for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anybody?
There are 6 residents online, if anybody has a question, comment.
Who?
There's 6 people.
6 people on.
Oh. Does anybody who's listening to this exteriorly have a question?
No one's unmuting.
Okay, if not, I will close the public comment. Board members, what's your pleasure? Any other questions?
This is a motion for preliminary approval
Yes.
with 2 design waivers requested.
The design waivers they're asking for are setback, a street setback, and a buffer landscaping setback. Is that correct?
There was the 75-foot setback to the county road.
75 feet required,
We have 65.6.
65.6.
And the second design waiver has to do with the 25-foot landscape buffer. There is a 25-foot area there with landscaping. I think, we don't address all the requirements of the landscape buffer.
You're softening the buffer.
Correct, it is the requirement is very, very dense to the point where you would actually create a wall of vegetation. We're asking for relief from that, and we propose landscaping along the frontage of Kingsbrook Mount Laurel Road that we feel provides the appropriate aesthetic, and we ask for relief.
And on the EV issue, you're willing to abide by the opinion of DCA?
Yes.
A common EV
Yes.
station issue, to make it clear.
Inside the garages and.
Did we have both? Okay, I know we had outside. But I thought inside the garages, there was a choice of 110 or.
Sir, excuse me, would you mind just sticking around for 1 second, because I'm going to make reference to you in a second. So I'm sorry.
This is on the motion. I thought there was an option that was being offered to the homeowner of either 110 or 220 in the garage.
That is an option that's offered.
There will be 110. There's an option.
This is where Mr. Taylor alluded to earlier, where there was a difference of opinion as to where the charging stations were required, whether or
Those
not.
are the outside charging stations.
Right.
It's actually, their opinion is they're not required anywhere, either in garages or within the common areas.
And DCA is,
And my reading of the law is there are only 2 exclusions, one family and 2 family homes. All of the other townhouse projects that we've been involved with, the developer has agreed to provide the charging infrastructure within at least 15%, which is the number required by the law, in those units. If the applicant only provides it as an option, and no one takes that option, then we have 0. So my suggestion for both the interior to the garages as well as the common is the applicant agrees to comply. The final resolution of the issue will be as determined by DCA.
right, okay.
I got a question. There's service underground for all the units?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Only one other question. Is the HOA an off-site management company, or is it within the community itself?
I don't think we have been determined yet.
I don't know that has to be done.
Right, that's for final.
Right.
I would.
I'll make a motion to grant preliminary approval.
Could you hold off on that for just 1 second?
Sure.
I want to go back over this traffic study, because I think this one gentleman, is it Mr. Markowitz, was it? Markowitz raised a valid point, and I'm wondering if, for the benefit of anybody else who's listening, plus me, I would like to know, could our traffic study gentleman just address that? Because we keep talking, and Mr. Markovitz raised the point, we're talking about 45 units. Let's forget the 4 houses and 45 units. Just in my own mind, that has to develop more than 45 vehicles, because if it didn't, well, then you don't need a driveway. You could just have an apron and go right into the garage. So, and then why are you setting up 15 or so parking spaces here and 11 over there, or whatever it is? It sounds to me like there's going to be closer, you're planning for closer to 100 vehicles in this, and they're presumably going to go in and out. And Mr. Markovitz's point is well taken. It's probably going to be a bunch of young couples, both going to work every day, coming home every night. And I just, maybe,
A lot of them work from home then.
Make me feel a little better about the traffic going in and out of there.
When I'm asked this question specifically, instead of trying to deal with the national data, I mean, this is compiled and we actually contribute to the compilation of that when we actually do traffic count of townhouse facilities ourselves. Then we'll give that to the Institute of Transportation Engineers and they keep updating the trip generation manual from which we can use this data. So this data is validated and accepted all over the place. So let me give you a more practical example. Single-family homes are more intense than multifamily homes in terms of traffic generation on a per unit basis. The community that I used to live in has a fair mix of different residents. My wife and I have high school kids. Our next door neighbors have middle kids. Our other next door neighbors were retired. When did we all do our traveling? Well, our next door neighbor was a UPS driver. He left at 5 in the morning. I left at 6. My neighbors, they didn't leave at all. My wife, she left at 8. The next door neighbor, of mine, she didn't leave at all. So you start accumulating what that traffic will do over the course of peak hours. And a single-family home will generate, on average, 1 trip per unit. A multi-family unit will generate less than 1 trip per unit. Then what you're trying to correlate to is, well, then why do we need all this parking? Well, that's because over the course of time, when you get to the end of the day, all of those trips have accumulated into the development of a place to park. So that's why those parking requirements would show the level that you're talking about to accommodate all those cars. But they've all come in and out over a 24-hour period. So those statistics are spread over the 24-hour day. When we do our peak hours, it's based on studies that have happened during those street peak hours so that we can take a look at the worst-case scenarios out there. And again, those numbers are very valid and keep being supported over and over again when the updating is done on the Institute of Transportation Engineering. So I hope that's
Okay. All right. Just one last question. I understand on Road A and Road B, there's going to be one side parking only. Is that correct? Read it somewhere.
Okay, so it's a 30-foot wide road, so parking is actually allowed on both sides. But in the townhouse area, a lot of that will really be dictated by the proximity of one driveway to the other, because the lots are 20-foot wide, the driveways are 10. So from a practical standpoint, if you're along the frontage of a group of, say, 6 townhouses, well, you're probably not parking on the street in front of those houses because there's not going to be enough room. The parallel spaces that we illustrated on the site plans were away from those areas. But given the width of the street, which is 30 feet, based on RSIS, parking is permitted on both sides, space permitted.
Okay.
So yeah, permitted on both sides, but it would be a function of where you are.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Markovitz, does that make you feel a little better, this additional information? A little bit. Okay.
I mean, it makes sense, it makes sense,
Yeah.
but that's why they have rush hour.
Right.
I get that people leave at 6 and at 7 and 9, 8, whatever, and they're staggered, that's why workplaces do that. But when I look at 45 units, half of them are going to be young people as a guesstimate.
Mhm.
More than 45.
Okay. Thank you. I happen to agree with you with that, but that's another subject. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, and Mr. McKay, you were about to make a motion when I interrupted you.
No, the motion was to grant preliminary, and grant the 2 design waivers that have been proposed and clarified. I don't actually think in the motion we need to memorialize the EV portion, or do we?
I'll put that in, I mean,
Put it in.
they've got to comply with that no matter
So,
what.
Yeah, EV is going to.
State law.
There's a difference of opinion on EV, and it's going to be resolved by agreement of the parties. It'll be resolved by DCA.
Right. And they're going to comply with the engineering comments and the planner.
Right, they've agreed to comply with all of Limo's comments and also the comments of the planner.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? If not, roll call, please.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mrs. Tyndall?
Yes.
Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Tricocci?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Ms. Casco?
Yes.
And Mr. Krollpfeiffer?
Yes.
On behalf of the applicant, we'd like to thank you very much for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you all.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, next case, Core One.
No, it was,
Still toxic.
I don't know why he,
Do a miracle tonight.
They're gonna lose. They're gonna lose, and then they got one more, and we're gonna. Yeah, they got one, do they have another game here?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Another game tomorrow night.
Here. They could have clinched it. I don't think they are. 5-0 is pretty big. They're gonna send the heat, all their heat in, these pitchers.
I know.
Did you ever meet Steve Roverito?
Never heard he's left the building.
You know what he did for a living, right?
I heard he was, did something with baseball.
Yeah, he was
He's gonna pull them wrong. He's gonna pull the plan. He's gonna pull the plan wrong. No, pull the roll. Was it pull them wrong?
Are we taking a break? So I'm gonna go finish the rest of my power bar.
No,
He didn't say we were.
Oh, did he play?
He didn't spring into it.
Just roll
Alma
three.
just has like, you know,
Yes. And then-
free reign here. I'm going to eat my
Hold
power.
on, let's just.
Sure,
Yeah,
he played
they
ball,
can't go across the commercial property here.
Oh.
but he absolutely has to know the business, right?
What?
God, you're awful quiet tonight. Well,
I guess one got deferred.
I thought you didn't like the, but you didn't say no.
What does he?
Well, I was tugging on his dress, not to take the wind.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
It is just a switch.
About-
You know, you're right, but the alternative is truly,
Mr. DiPiero?
meaning go down.
Give it another minute.
Highway.
Huh?
H,
The old Strawberry.
give it another minute.
Okay.
Find me the alternative, I haven't seen
Was
it.
it too late? Is it too late?
Where is it?
Well, tell us, we'll back in, whatever you want, I don't know what the
I
hell
mean,
I'm
you know,
doing.
that's-
Here?
Oh, Paul, I have to take off or something?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I just, with fences. Yeah, with fences. Along curtains.
Oh, this is,
Yeah.
I know, I should stand too, with my back.
You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna be able to move, yeah, the knee too, but.
Ready?
Well, we'll-
Yeah. I was up last night.
Go back in, whatever you want to do, you gotta do it.
I thought this was on actually.
Oh, yeah.
What's that lakeside solution?
Hospital,
That
coming home, and my
hideous stuff.
kid's crying.
Stay awake.
And I could, you know,
Stay awake.
at least two.
Are we holding
For a
football?
while,
Oh, okay.
11-year-old boxer, and then all of a sudden she just wouldn't eat.
What's that?
for 2 days. Here she was bleeding internally. So,
Stop it.
she looked at me like, and I knew right away, she was like, listen, I can't keep.
Yeah, they're
doing
also
this."
$600,000.
So I said, I'm just gonna take her over to the
So you
hospital,
get
get her
the
checked out, and that's what they checked out, and they're like.
Well, that's what they were.
It's an operation at that point.
No, I love those.
Do that anyway.
They're nice.
So how old is your child?
23, 26, and 30, going to be 30. They're calling me the whole time, and one
Well, make
they're
them do it,
very
man.
attached to the dog. She lives at home.
We live up the street.
First year special needs teacher.
Bruce, what's the score of this thing?
5-0 Houston.
5-0.
Hey.
Game is probably.
It's,
They did.
6, oh, it's only 6
Well,
then. 6
I went into work and then had to come home.
You're not swinging tonight.
I'm hungry, but
Probably tired.
That's, you know, I'm there every day. That's what keeps saying.
All right, let's,
I walked into my house and somebody didn't come up.
Mr. Baronkowski?
Me, sir.
Counselor?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Welcome aboard. Sorry it took so long for,
No apology at all necessary. You're all doing your job.
okay. Core 1, and we're talking about Mary Way. So-
We are. Thank you.
If you have witnesses, if you could have them all sworn in at the one time, save some time.
I would be happy to, and I could, they haven't left, right? They're still behind me.
Yeah. They were sneaking out.
I was blocking the door before, and I turned my back on them.
Yeah.
They've already told me, they've seen 150 come back already, come back from 5 down. They want to see another one.
All right.
I don't know, I'm going to have to cut them loose.
Okay, we all raise your right hand, and Mr. Kingsbury will swear you in.
You all swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can have everybody identify themselves as they come forward. If I could just kick off with a brief overview, then I'm gonna make a proposal for you and the board. My name is Robert Baranowski, as you noted. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Highland, Levin, Shapiro in Marlton. I'm representing the applicant in this matter this evening. This is an application for development of 2 warehouse buildings with associated site improvements, including parking, landscaping, lighting, stormwater management facilities. All those activities would take place on lots 2.01 and 2.08, and they would be permitted uses on those lots. We've requested that site plan approval in connection with a minor subdivision approval to create a new lot 2.10, also to extend Mary Way. That's because lot 2.01 is a split zone lot. So the 2 buildings we're proposing and requesting site plan approval for this evening, or next, as the case may be, would both be in the I industrial zone with the configuration of that new lot under the minor subdivision. So our proposed warehouse A, which would be on lot 2.08, would be 42,532 square feet, give or take, of warehouse space with 1,513 square feet of office space. And warehouse B on lot 2.01 would be approximately 41,527 feet with 3,033 square feet of office space. Access to the site would be from Mary Way, which is a private road and proposed to be extended further than it currently exists. That's actually designated as lot 2.02 on the tax map. Right now, we would extend it further to service the 2 proposed buildings. And certain improvements, just so you're aware, and our engineer can explain this further, certain of the improvements associated with the proposed development include improvements to the entrance at Mary Way and Hainesport Mount Laurel Road. Some of those improvements would go on portions of block 98, lots 2 and 2.03. There's also a proposed shared driveway in the proposed configuration of the buildings that crosses over lot 2.07. So the owners of all those lots have given consent into the application. So all those properties, as you'll see, are listed in the application, but the actual development itself is really concentrated on the lots that I mentioned. The witnesses that were just sworn in, just so the board knows, I have Mr. Robert DePiero with us from Core One. I have Mr. Brian Conlon with us. He's our engineer from Langen. I have Kim Decken was also with us. She is our architect from TK Studio. We also have Mr. Alan Lothian, who's our traffic engineer. He's also with Langen. And Mr. Sean Moronsky is with us tonight. He's a planner with Langen. It is already 10:25. That's a basic snapshot of the application. You've seen the witnesses. There's a World Series game on. I know you're very tired, and we really sincerely appreciate all of you being here this evening and the time that you spend giving the service to the township. I would ask, rather than getting started and going any further this time, I'm sure you're going to have questions. I know people from the public are here to make some comments. I don't know if anybody is on Zoom looking in on things. I know that your typical cutoff time is 11 o'clock.
That's for new business.
That's
For new business.
No, you already started, so we're here till,
Okay. And I did start, we did open the application. If you want us to continue, I'd be happy to. I just wanted to kind of take your temperature on that. We want to be respectful of your time. I don't want to kind of hold you hostage here. So under the circumstances, if you're fine to proceed, we're fine to proceed. If you're at all, wishing you weren't here and going forward with it, we want to be respectful of that. And it is a late hour, and under all the other circumstances we know of, I don't want to really, belabor the application this evening.
Give us the 45 version, not the 33 LP version.
Can we agree to do that? All right, well, I'm going to have Mr.
That goes
Conlon, our
for
engineer,
questions also?
put up our,
Does that go for questions?
Yeah.
right,
Comments? Okay.
right.
As long as we're all on the same.
We can give you the meat and potatoes and see how far we get, and I'd be happy to do that in the most brief and succinct way possible. So I'm going to have
possibly
Mr. Conlon.
Mr. Conlon might clear, I'm confused with 201 and 2.1.
I will have Mr. Conlon absolutely clear that up. If I can have Mr. DePiero speak briefly, he's our representative of Core One. I think he could give you a little bit of a table setting in 3 minutes and kind of give you kind of an overall picture of what the proposed buildings would, what would they be and who would be in there.
Okay,
Robert,
great.
do you have any, by any chance, do you have a witness list?
I have a witness list right here, and I can shoot that over
Is
to
it
you.
your only copy?
It's my only copy that I wrote on.
All right, can you send me one tomorrow?
Sure,
Thanks.
absolutely. So,
I'm Robert DePiero with Core One Industrial, one of the principals of the firm. I'd like to thank you guys for your time. I actually serve.
You can use the microphone, please, okay?
I actually serve on the zoning board up in my local town, so I appreciate your guys' time and service. Understand it takes a lot of it, so. Anyway, a little overview, Core One Industrial, we own and operate about 1.7 million square feet of industrial assets. We started our industrial footprint in southern New Jersey. I've spent a lot of time up and down the New Jersey Turnpike and between Mount Laurel, now Hainesport, Swedesboro, and the local communities around here. We've designed this building with a lot of detail to a local user. As you'll see in the plans, and I'll use rough numbers, it's approximately 2 45,000 square foot buildings. We don't design and build big bomber industrial buildings that appeal to large distribution centers like the Amazons and those kind of users. So these buildings were designed with a thought in mind. Yeah, I'll use that one. And I'm not going to swear any or bring in any exhibits. I'll have Brian do that later, but just so you guys have it in the background. So these are designed in support of the local community. It's really to have a local user be able to grow and stay in the community or downsize in the community, stay local, and it really appeals to a local user base rather than the large national distribution kind of truck traffic that you see out there in the market.
Two users, one for each building, or one user?
So the one building on the bottom left is designed as a single-tenant building. It's a 45,000 square foot single-tenant building. The other long linear one does have 2 office potential locations, so that could be designed for a two-tenant building. So it's 45,000 square feet approximately that could get divided into 2 in anywhere, shape, and form. So a 20 and a 25. Again, round numbers. So yeah, it could be subdivided. The thought process behind these buildings is it ties into what's on Mary Way already. Mary Way consists of 4 buildings that are 40,000 square feet each, approximately again. They're square in nature, similar to the building we designed, which is Building A. Building B is a little more linear, front load, probably a little bit of a different layout and appeal to a different kind of user base. So our engineer will dive into a lot more of the site layout and the design features. But as you see, it's 2 buildings that we're proposing. We're looking to, in this application, improve what is Mary Way right now. I know there's a lot of concern from the local neighbors who have called me directly after they've seen our application. And I've talked to on personal conversations offline about fixing potholes. They're not happy with the speed bumps that are located there because it creates a lot of noise when the truck is going over them and they're empty, and they have empty beds. So it's just creating a lot of noise and ruckus. So the plan is, with our neighbors who own the other buildings on Mary Way and with Perry by Dex, is to have a maintenance agreement in place, which we put in place. So there's one point of contact. There's one company that's maintaining it. Everybody has self-help rights, so we can maintain it if that's not being performed properly. But the current state of Mary Way will be improved once, with this project being approved, hopefully in the future. We're also proposing a pretty big upgrade to the access on Hainesport Mount Laurel Road. It'll allow truck traffic to come in and off the site much easier than it is today, where you get trucks getting stuck coming in and out if there's a truck coming each way. So a lot of improvements for the Mary Way, Hainesport Mount Laurel Road ingress, a lot of upgrades for Mary Way in itself, and then obviously bringing in 2 new buildings that appeal to a totally different user base than what we've seen pop up around both the local community and the region. So that's what we're proposing in a nutshell.
Do I read your plans to show that the Mary Way, Hainesport Mountain Laurel Road intersection will become a T?
Not necessarily, well, a T and then...
Widen, but internally it will become a T, that intersection just inside the main intersection, so to speak.
So it gets moved away from the current last residential house, more onto the Perry by Dex site, and allows for better circulation coming out of Mary Way to loop in and around and make a left, where the truck traffic actually won't get sort of jackknifed with oncoming traffic that's going to be coming onto the site as well. There's also other county improvements of widening Hainesport Mount Laurel Road, which allows for 2-way traffic and passing when a truck's making a left in. There still will be allowed car traffic to go around it while a truck's waiting to turn onto the site.
Right.
It'll also allow trucks coming away from 38 up to make an easier right-hand turn into Mary Way, unencumbered by the trucks coming out. So it'll create much smoother access to and from the site.
Has the approvals from the county already been given?
I believe the county blessed this in about 10 minutes. They were on board with this pretty quickly.
Right. It's needed it for a while.
Correct.
And then what about the speed bumps that you did mention? Are they going to be eliminated?
I believe those were installed because of past town recommendations and requests, so I have no problem eliminating them, and as does the other owners of the Mary Way buildings, so we can get rid of them, we can leave them. Honestly, I don't think it serves a purpose because there's a pretty sharp bend there, and with truck traffic, I think that trucks aren't going to be flying down that road.
So you guys don't own those other 4?
We don't, no. It's another industrial group, actually. Oh, I have a good relationship with them, though.
That's a fair point.
Have you ever tried to contact Route 38? Because there is a pretty wide property that I'm aware of. You have the, I guess it's the health food haven, and then there's like a blank property. And then there's this wide property that if you've lived here for a long time, it's the old Davis property.
Okay,
And they had a business right on 38.
okay.
But that is, it's pretty empty now. And it seems to me that could be a very good way to get into Mary Way.
Sorry. So right now, we have not contacted 38 or worked with the state on trying to have access to and from it. It's a much different level of approvals with state traffic and DOT. So we haven't contacted them yet, but we would be open for future correspondence.
I mean, I didn't remove that property now.
I believe it's the same people that own the retail strip that's there.
Stevens. Question, so currently, Faro Point owns Mary Way, lot 2.02?
Yes.
As well as 4, 5, 6, and 7,
Yes.
2.0, okay. Is there a maintenance agreement in place now with
There's a new-
Stevens and?
Yes, there's a new maintenance agreement that we just put in place, which the town should have, that was submitted probably a couple
Okay.
weeks ago.
But Faro Point's going to retain ownership of 2.0?
They're gonna keep the maintenance aspect of it, and then we'll have self-help rights. If for some reason they don't fill a pothole, we can do it, or, vice versa. But yes, they're gonna be the point person and the contact for maintaining Mary Way.
Okay.
So if I can probably give a little history of the possibility, if I recall correctly, and it goes back quite a while. So the speed bumps, if I recall correctly, were put in there because we have a lot of, at that time, there was a lot of recreational use
Yes.
in that development, where we had baseball, gymnastics, trampolines, the whole 9 yards.
Mhm.
And if you literally go, once you get past that point and you shoot straight down, you just have a speedway
Mhm.
down that one portion. And I know there was a concern with so many children-type activities and family activities. Some of those businesses are long gone.
There are still some there, though, so I
There's
understand
still,
that.
like, I think the baseball is gone, but I know we have tenacity, but we have very large, like trampolines
Mhm.
business in there.
There's still, I believe, baseball, and there might be a baseball in there, but
And that was one of the reasons that I believe that they didn't want this speedway from the plot that you folks are looking at all the way just before you hit that curve to slow down to get to the,
so I think there's one between Hainesport Mount Laurel Road and the Bend that we could probably get rid of that one, that's the one that backs up to the residential houses, which is probably, if we get rid of that and fill the 3-foot potholes that are associated around it, would probably take care of a lot of the noise issues.
They're flying down, because if you're, at the time, on building 9, there's a lot of trucks.
Mhm.
And the fact is that when they start flying,
Yes.
if those speed bumps are there, it slows them down.
Yeah, and we might want to keep them on that far stretch, maybe before I think it's building 3, 1, 3, 7, and 9. So before building 3 or 5, and then, right after.
Activity over the past several years with change of tenants there.
There are, and there still are. I think they're still moving around a
They're
bit in
going
there.
around right now, is that correct?
Yeah.
I have another question. So you're extending Mary Way, which in essence is going to be lot 2 from 2.08, right?
I would probably defer that to Ryan in the next.
It's still 2.02, but we'll be extending.
And who's going to own it? Is it still going to be,
That would go into the Mary Way
Okay.
2.02.
Okay.
Yes. So we're taking 2.02 and extending it out through.
And they're going to retain ownership of that little new stretch? Okay.
So is anything happening, the previous owners of that development came for a variance for the signage for Rainforest Park there?
Okay.
Is that staying there? I mean, I know you talked about.
I don't think we were touching it.
The sign at the corner, actually, that would need to be relocated as part of our widening is occurring right near that sign.
So that's where I was going with that. That's where I kind of figured this. So that is something then that needs to be addressed as well. Because if I recall, and there's a sign also that's technically on Prairie Viaduct's property as well, that the previous owners have to use variance and everything. So it's something to consider where that signage is going to be done or located.
Okay.
Please put some thought into that as well.
I'll reach out to Farrow Point and we'll consider it and figure out a new location for it.
Anyone have any other questions for Mr. Bureau?
Thank you.
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, not to drag it out, but you came to see us at the Economic Development Committee. You had another third building. Are we still looking at that?
Not at this time. We were going for the site plan, site division right now, to really just work within the industrial commercial zone, or industrial zone, not the front retail commercial zone.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Considering these speculative buildings right at the present time, or do you have,
Good users.
are they considered speculative buildings?
Right now, they're considered speculative, yes. We don't have any users in that bucket.
Good evening, everyone. Again, Brian Conlon from Ryan Engineering.
Are you picking up Mr. Conlon? Just want to make sure it gets picked up.
I'll talk loud too. I'm an associate principal with Ryan
Just
Engineering.
push it. No, just the microphone.
Just the
Just kind of
microphone
lean the
itself.
microphone.
The microphone
Just-
bends.
It bends.
Oh,
That might help. No, I mean, no.
Sorry, I'm an associate principal with Ryan Engineering. I have a Bachelor of Civil Engineering degree from Villanova University. I have been with my company now for 24 and a half years. It'll be the magic 25 in May. And I am a professional engineer in New Jersey. I've been before many boards, and I have been before this board, I don't know how long ago, but I worked on the ShopRite expansion across the street. I'd say probably 10 plus or minus years ago. If any questions? Okay.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none is acceptable.
thank you very much.
All right, so I'm going to give a quick overview of the survey. I know there was a question about the lots. We gave a lot of numbers out for the application. And just as an orientation, our exhibit here, this is our Alta survey, which is sheet 4 of the plan set that we submitted. North, for orientation purposes, is up on this, so west is on the left side of the page. Mount Laurel, Hainesport Road, County Road 674 is here. And then Mary Way, basically the main substance of the project here, comes through the site of the industrial park and basically dead ends. The lots that are a part of the application, lot 2 and lot 2.03, are the Perry by Dex lots, basically at the corner of the intersection here. There's a smaller lot here, 2.03, and then this big lot back here where the main Perry building is lot 2. Lot 2.07 is the building right adjacent to where we're proposing Building A, which I'll talk about in a minute. Lot 2.08 is where Building A will be going, and that's currently basically at the dead end of Mary Way, which is currently used as a gravel parking lot for where buses are parked currently. And then adjacent to that, which is the big lot at the end of the Mary Way, which is basically all wooded today, lot 2.08. 2.01, excuse me. And again, that's the large wooded lot there. And then Mary Way itself, again, is lot 2.02 for reference purposes. Zoning for the site, the majority of our site is all industrial zone. The general commercial line basically comes up just like this and splits the lot 2.01, and that's general commercial. Everything we're doing is in the industrial zone, and both our buildings are permitted uses in the industrial zone. As Rob mentioned, again, I do want to point out, because you'll see here, there's 5 existing buildings. You see these little squares on the site. They're all just about 40,000 square feet, and we're proposing one right next to this, which you'll see in a moment, which again is pretty much in character with the existing buildings that are on the site. And I thought, again, we do have, in addition to our site plan, we actually have a subdivision application, which I'm going to go through first.
Sir, can you mark the first one you had up there as Exhibit A1, please?
Yes. Do I need to physically mark it?
Yes, please.
Yes. You got it.
You're not hitting tonight. You're not hitting.
Okay, so it's A2, and this is our minor subdivision plan 2, drawing CB 102, that is part of our submission package. Again, this is a blow-up of the area at the end of Mary Way, and I'll explain quickly the proposed lots as part of our subdivision. I apologize, I'm staring at the plan here. So lot 2.02, which is Mary Way, again, is being extended this small little sliver here. And the existing lot is 2.5 acres, and we're extending it, enlarging it to 2.9 acres. Lot 2.08, which is where Building A will be going, is this area here, and we're extending that lot a little bit. That lot is going from 3.3 acres to 4.3 acres. And then the very large wooded lot, which is existing lot 2.01, that's being broken into 2 lots. The top half here is proposed lot, or the remaining lot 2.01, which is currently 21 acres, it'll be 13.5 acres. And then the balance of the lot down here, which we're calling proposed lot 2.10, because it doesn't exist yet, and that's the general commercial lot of the zoning. We're creating that one, and that one is proposed as 6.1 acres. All the lots are conforming to the zoning criteria. And again, that's really the subdivision plan. And if there's any questions on the subdivision before I go to the site plan.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at VL 105 of the,
Yes.
is that water running through 2.01?
Yes. There is a drainage with, a drainage ditch that comes from Route 38, and then there's a couple pockets of wetlands throughout the site, which I'll describe as we go through the testimony.
But in relation to that, exactly where is Building B going to be going?
A good segue to my site plan.
All right, well, if I'm getting ahead of you, that's, right.
Again, before, any questions on the subdivision, I guess, before I move to the site plan? Okay. So this exhibit, which we'll mark as A3,
You have another score.
and this for reference is drawing CS 102, Site Construction Plan 2 in our packet. It's drawing 12 of 45. So this is the blow of the site plan, what we're proposing. Again, two buildings, reference of the building A, which is the southern building, we'll say, and then building B, which is the northern building. Again, you put that building A here, which is approximately 185 feet by 238 feet. The dimensions overall are 44,000 square footage, 44,045 square feet. And again, that's composed of the warehouse component, which is 42,532, and then there's an office component, which is 1,513, located in the southeast corner there. Building B, and again, Building A, as you see for reference here, is the adjacent building that we mentioned. You see them kind of side by side. They're very similar in characteristic and size. Ours is slightly bigger, but they look very similar. Building B is more of a narrower building you see to the north. That's approximately 392 feet by 114 feet. It is 44,560 square foot total. The warehouse component is 41,527 square feet. And then here we have two offices located at the northeast corner and the southwest corner, one of being 1,533 square feet and the other 1,500 square feet. And again, on this plan you see, basically this is where Mary Way stops today, and then this is that gravel parking lot, and we're extending Mary Way into the proposed building. The question on it, I'll explain, I was waiting for the drainage, but if you see here, the blow up again, there's the wetland that's here, and there's a ditch that goes through the undeveloped portion of the project. We're not disturbing the ditch here, we're not disturbing the wetland either. There are some buffers associated with the wetland that we are impacting the buffers, and we're going for our NJDEP permits, which I'll mention as I continue my testimony. Building A, circulation basically around all the buildings, around all sides of the buildings. There are 70 parking spaces proposed, where 65 are required. And again, they're basically on the left side of the building, behind the building, and the right side of the building as you're from Mary Way. We have 11 loading docks along the frontage. Again, very similar to the buildings adjacent, which have the loading along the Mary Way frontage. On the left side, we're actually, and I'll talk about this a little bit later in the variances, it's an existing drive there that we're sharing with the adjacent lot 2.07. And again, there will be an easement agreement for that shared use of the driveway. And also, I'll mention there's parking there because of the driveway. One of the variances we're asking for is a 0-foot setback, again, because it's an existing driveway for parking, and we have parking in that impervious area, which again is similar to across the driveway on the existing building. Trash for Building A is located in the southwest corner of service, so it can be serviced from the driveway on the side. And then Building B, again, swinging the Mary Way extension takes you into Building B. Again, because of potential two users, we have two potential parking areas, one along the frontage of Mary Way here, and then one kind of in the upper corner where the two offices I mentioned were located. Again, similarly, this has loading docks along the eastern side of the building, 17 docks if I'm getting. And then there are 7 trailer parkings, not parking for tractor trailers, but just trailer parking slips here. There are 7 on this side of the project.
On which side? I'm sorry, which side of the property?
On the east side.
Okay.
Away from the dock, the opposite the dock side.
Okay.
Parking for this partial, there, partial B, we have 59 proposed parking spaces where 72 are required. So we are seeking relief there, which I'll discuss that at the end of the testimony. Tracks for this also is adjacent to the building here in this location, which we have room to service, for service and trash.
On warehouse B,
Yes, sir.
typically, in many other cases, our fire marshal has sought 360-degree access around the building by way of an access or fire road. How are you dealing with warehouse B in terms of the fire marshal's approval?
But I haven't seen anything from the fire marshal yet, or as we know, but we do not have full access around, but again, I know we have designed the building like this before, but we haven't seen anything yet from the fire marshal.
So he might want pavers that grass grows up through. He's gonna probably want it.
It's been approved. The project's been approved
Yeah.
by George.
He approved it
Yes.
September 22nd.
He actually approved it twice.
like that, with nothing,
He approved it on April 13th and on September 22nd, I
No
guess based
going
on
in
the
the back?
revised plans.
Okay. That answers the question.
really?
It's probably because it's a smaller warehouse,
Okay.
assuming.
And I'm going to, any questions on the site plan, I'm going to go to the grading and drainage.
Just one on the site plan. I did notice, and I'm looking at CS 102, which is what you suggested we look at. And I see the wetlands delineation. Looks like it sticks out in a little bit of a bubble into your paved area. Are you asking for waivers on that?
Correct. Not, the wetland, actually, you can see here, the wetland does not stick out. You got the shape there, sorry.
The border.
Wetland does not, there's a 50-foot buffer associated
The
with
buffer,
that.
yes.
Yes, right. And we do have an application into DEP for that transition waiver.
Okay.
Brian, just to follow up on that. I think the prior out survey, and I think the site plan actually showed, was reference to a prior LOI
Bruce, too.
for a wetlands survey.
I don't know if you have it.
There were buffers
That's not
associated
consistent
with
with
that.
what we've
Well, there was a previous LOI given in 2007 that represented the wetlands here and nothing jurisdictional on the drainage ditch. We're in for a new application now, we're as shown here. Scott, I think you might be mentioning, our previous survey did show wetland flanks here, but incorrectly it was top of bank and not wetland flanks on this drain. There's no wetlands associated with the drainage ditch. I think that would be
All right.
your comment.
All right, but you can submit copies of the LOI.
Yeah, we don't have, it's in the DEP, yes. Actually, we're going to resubmit with updated plans that we've been revising our plans here.
Right.
Actually, we'll discuss that in a minute. I'm gonna go to the grading and drainage plan. So exhibit A, four. This is our grading and drainage plan 2. Drawing CG 102, and it's page 17 in the packet.
What's the see that one? The page designation?
See page 17, and the drawing is CG 102. So this is our grading and drainage plan for the project. Generally, everything flows from west to east towards the wetlands and the drainage area, in the wooded area. We're maintaining those patterns, obviously. Both the sites
It's
are
about 5 pages
collecting
behind
runoff with
CT 102, CS 102.
and then the management requirements is using 4 infiltration basins, small-scale infiltration basins, 2 basically on each site. Currently 2, as you see the shaded areas here, for building A, there are 2 subsurface basins below the parking lot. And then building B, We have one surface space in here, and then we have, one subsurface space in here below the parking lot, and then a smaller surface basin that you would see up in the north corner here. Everything's treated, collected, going to the basin, and there's 2 outfalls, one up here in the wetlands and then one down here closer to the drainage ditch. We have water quality units for pre-treatment for all the systems, for pavement runoff. And what else do I want to mention? And then again, the application, we do have from DEP, we have an application for the freshwater wetland line verification. We have general permits asked for our outfall, for our transition area impacts, and there's an isolated wetland over here we're filling in. So there's 3 general permits that we're asking for. And in addition to that, also the flood hazard area verification for this. That has been filed, and again, we're waiting for DEP feedback. In fact, I think they were going out in the month of October to visit the site. They've been backed up in Canada. That's the grading and drainage. Utilities, I don't have a plan to show you, but again, we're serviced by, we've been working with the MUA. Sanitary sewer, we're going to be taking all the way out Mary Way, out to Mount Laurel, Hainesport Road. Water, sewer, water, gas, and electric. Everything's in Mary Way, and we anticipate connecting to, all the existing services that are servicing the existing buildings. Landscape.
Mr. Conlon, before you go into that, while you have that map up there, at the corner where you extend Mary Way out, and right there, yes, what's going to be on, I'll say this side, going down low, of that corner? And what I'm getting at is, there's a habit some places in our town where trucks like to cut across things where they're not supposed to go. What's going to be there keeping them?
Well, I'd say there, there's a curb. The whole road will be curved, so it'll have a curb. We actually do have a small retaining wall adjacent, just from here to here. That's right, kind of there, so it's kind of near the end of the wall. But in addition to that, there'd be a swale, that drainage ditch, that would be just outside that curb line as well.
Okay.
So I don't think if they did, they'll have a bumpy ride.
Yeah, well, we've had a couple of them in town here.
Yeah. Now I'm going to mention about the soil. At the end, I can mention that. I was going to address your comments at the end. Okay. The next plan we're going to show is our landscape plan, A5. And this is drawing 37 of 45 in our plan set. So landscaping, again, I like to think we're landscaping as much as we can for this site. I know that we'll work with Mr. Taylor in his office on that.
Did you say 37?
I'm sorry?
Did you say sheet 37?
Sheet 37. LP 102. So overall landscaping, we are providing 43, we're proposing 43 deciduous trees, 46 evergreen trees, 219 shrubs, and 1,294 ground cover plantings. We are providing a 15-foot buffer as required adjacent to, because we're industrial, adjacent to the general commercial zone, which is along the rear and over here. And then again, keep in mind, all of this is vegetated. We're against the existing vegetation on the right side here. We are providing as much as we can our buffers to our parking and loading. We do have a large driveway here that we can't, landscape around. We're providing the buffer in front of the parking for building B. We believe we meet the required amount of parking or trees for the necessary parking spaces. And then we are providing, and we previously submitted, we have enhanced our plans since our previous submission, street trees along Mary Way at 50 foot on center, basically everywhere again, except like the driveway for building A. And then we did add additional trees in the stormwater management basin, and Mr. Taylor has some comments, and we'll certainly be happy to work with his office to see whatever else we can get on the site as requested.
Can you show me
I don't see, where's the driveway for building A?
2 more in, they're out. Done.
Building A, it's like the large open area between the two trees. It's all open there where the loading docks are.
Oh, over here.
Forget it, it's right, and it's for trucks, right? It's not for cars.
They're the ones I gave you today.
This is like the housing area.
Oh, yeah, there's two driveways on the side of the building. And there are 2 driveways on the side of building A that are for cars, and for employees and whatnot. And it loops around the building again. Lighting, we do have a combination of wall packs on the building and pole mounted lighting. We are meeting the height requirements of the ordinances. In addition, we're meeting the foot candle requirements as well. We don't think we need any relief. We did work with Mr. Taylor in his office. We revised the type of fixtures from 4,000 to 3,000. And again, I think there's a couple other comments that will certainly address in Mr. Taylor's letter. And then last, I want to talk on the plan, we'll talk about those roadway improvements we mentioned. Yeah, this is the last exhibit. Page 6. And this drawing is called KO-101, and that is sheet 41 of 45 in the plan there. And this is depiction made an enlargement of the intersection of Mary Way and County Road 674. So in working with the county and actually your professionals as well, we met early along, and there were concerns about this access. A couple of things the county requested is a minor widening, but if you see the little shaded area on the north side of the roadway, we're widening there to give the 20-foot, and that's for bypass, as trucks or cars are making a left turn in. There's adequate distance to bypass them on the lane. And then in addition, we're significantly enlarging this intersection. In fact, the shaded area in gray on the right, that's all new pavement. So basically, that's currently all grass, and we're widening that. That's approximately 20 feet, 20 plus feet, that we're widening to open up that intersection. And that's basically so trucks making all movements, right ins, right outs, left ins, left outs, and there's no conflicts with those movements. In a scenario today, if someone's parked trying to get out, for example, park here and wants to get out, a truck might not be able to get in or out because of the stacking and things like that.
And that's right by Perry Viaduct.
That's right, Perry Viaduct is this property right here.
Okay.
Correct.
Now what is that other graying area? No, just right there. That's where they have a bunch of rusty equipment right now, but.
Well, this is like again, there's an existing intersection, hard to see on here. It's an awkward angle today, like you come in and it kind of, it's like that. It's like a Y intersection actually, and this being the Y, if you can see it like that. What we're creating, we're basically cutting into the existing island and creating this T intersection. It's a little bit of a curve here, but this T intersection makes it much smoother again for the same reasoning out here, those trucks going in and out. Same thing internally to the site, trucks going in and out in that movement, and this is an improvement for those conflicting movements going in and out. This has been submitted to the county. I think there was a question, we do have conditional approval. They had one minor comment that we are going to address. And we think this is a very big improvement, obviously, to the site. So that's,
I said, I agree.
We met here a couple months ago, and that was the first thing Martin said. That's the overall planning, and then I was going to jump to Mr. Taylor's letter and go through some of the comments there. Any questions? Again, I'm going to skip to some of the items that, about testimony and things of that nature. I'm going to actually first debate the variances. So we do need the site plan. So I'm going back to Exhibit 83, which is our site plan. So building A, we're requesting one variance, and I did mention it earlier. It's the parking setback on the side of the building. 15 feet is required for parking setback, and we do again have 0 proposed. Again, that's an existing driveway that's there today. There is parking on the opposite side of that driveway. We're doing a similar scenario on the right side. Because of the driveway scenario, we don't see any negative impact to that. We think it works well. Again, it's mimicking the existing condition on the other side. So we are seeking a variance for that. And then there are a couple of design waivers associated with Building A. The loading zone location. Loading spaces are permitted only in the side and the rear yards. We are proposing a front loading scenario along Mary Way. So we are proposing the loading in the setback. Again, we think it's justifiable because it's existing conditions of this industrial park. It's very similar facility and similar operations. And another waiver is very similar to that on loading zone access, just as our movement to back into the loading docks for Mary Way. So that's a waiver as well.
Are they going to be 18-wheelers?
It'll get a combination, but it could be.
They could be
large
18,
tractors,
okay.
Sure. And we've designed it for the biggest trucks, but, again,
Okay.
depending on the user. And then buffering of loading zones, again, because we have that open loading zone, we don't necessarily provide, obviously, the buffers here. We did enhance as much as we could these 2 corners. We have green areas on both sides of the loading dock. So we try to enhance that landscaping, and we can certainly do a little bit more as we work with Mr. Taylor. That's Building A, and then Building B, we have 1 variance as well, and that's similarly a parking setback, but a front parking setback, and it's for these parking spaces along the front. We have a row of 19 parking spaces right there. The requirement is 35 feet for the parking setback from the front. We are proposing 15. Again, this is more for where the building is and, the use of it and the intensity. And, also we're trying to meet the parking requirement. We are a little short on the required parking on Building B. So, we feel the parking is needed there. So that's a variance that is requested. And then design waivers, again, I just mentioned the parking spaces are a design waiver. We have 71 required, we're proposing 59. We get credit for 61 because we are proposing, I should have mentioned, the electric vehicle charging station, or 2 parking spaces in each building, 2 EV spaces, so we get credit for 2 times the space. So for 71 is required, and we're proposing 61 based on that. And then, just some general comments. There was a comment about the trash and the adequacy of the trash. Again, we typically have for both buildings, typical trash enclosures for both trash and recyclables. There was a comment about, for pallets or crates or anything else. We don't know the users yet, but again, these trash certainly would accommodate our anticipated user. If it needs to be bigger for whatever reason, we'll certainly adjust accordingly based on the tenant. We are confirming there's no proposed outside storage or display of materials, products, merchandise, or equipment, or any outdoor fabrication, assembly, and manufacturing. And we have added that note to the plans. We believe we're going to be in compliance with all the applicable local and state noise regulations. We don't see anything out of the ordinary here, so we don't anticipate any sound attenuation or anything needed, such as sound walls. A couple other things here. I think Rob did a good opening on the condition of Mary Way. That was one of the comments. And again, we'll certainly work with Alino and the board engineer to do any kind of improvements that are necessary along Mary Way. What else here? There was a discussion in Mr. Taylor's letter about adding a sidewalk potentially along Mary Way, or discussions. Again, there's no sidewalk in the business park today. We don't think it's really necessary. There's nothing actually on the highway at CR 674 either. We don't anticipate one user going to another building, that type of thing here. These are individual users, so we don't see the merit for a sidewalk or where that would connect it to. Bike racks were mentioned. Again, similarly, we don't know if people will be biking there. We're not opposed to adding bike racks. Again, it doesn't seem in this scenario for that facility. But again, we're not opposed to adding them if necessary. And I was talking about, wide trailer spaces on this building, and there, and again, that's trailer, just the trailer, not parking spaces, but, for trailers to drop off. Again, typically users want trailer spaces, depending on the user, so if we can get them, we fit them in, and it's basically just, we wanted to add some because we had the room. And again, some users like to have trailer spaces. We don't anticipate any fences or gates for either of these users. Again, we don't have users yet, but we don't anticipate the need for fences or gates at either property as well. And the rest, I think, we'll work, like all the comments, I think we'll work with Mr. Geller and the review letter.
What are the hours of operation, both of these facilities?
At this time, we don't know, but we would, work within the requirements and the hours of operation that the town has imposed on other businesses or in this zone. If it obviously they look to operate outside of what is allowed, they would have to come and get approval for that.
Is the building A back up to
The money back
any
here.
trailer park or any housing units out on?
There's one
Harry,
corner
that's a
right
bummer.
here might have a house
That's
on
the
it.
place.
These two lots are the vacant lots.
I don't know how
in the
that can-
Retail center.
Okay.
So,
My concern was in truck idling. Many years ago, we had a problem with truck idling, and it was down in one of the.
They shut
other
off now,
buildings,
the truck.
and it became a problem, so we had to make sure that the trucks weren't sitting there just idling for hours.
well, that's one of the reasons we designed the building as we did, with some recommendations from your board professionals. We put the office space on that side of the building to face 38 rather than to face the Mary Way. So that's actually as Kim will talk about in a few minutes, is that's the pretty side of the building. And we're keeping all the truck trash and everything to the rear, or the front in this case, but it's really the rear.
Woke them up.
And then just, Mr. Miller, we did Limo's letter, we have addressed most of the comments, I believe, there's a couple stormwater items we're still working on with, I spoke with the Limo staff, and he mentioned earlier, there was a comment, in one of our test pits, we were doing some infiltration testing, we saw some trash and debris, and we'll address it in any kind of way we need to, whether it needs to be an environmental, we don't think it's an environmental concern, but I know they commented on it or will be commenting on it, we'll certainly address it in any way we need to, that's required. But other than that, we plan on complying with all of the Alano letter as well. That's my walk around. Any questions?
Any comment came from Mr. Conlon at this time? We're not going to let him out of the room until we're all done, so he'll be here for any other questions. And so if there's no questions from Mr. Conlon at this time, I think it would be a good idea if we just can have our architect, Ms. Decken, show the renderings so you get an idea of what the buildings do look like. We just talked about those, and we can kind of see where we are there, but I don't think that'll take a whole bunch of time.
Who else? Other than that, last 2 innings, each, Phillies get 2 innings, you get 5 runs. They're dead tonight. They're not gonna be dead.
What?
Can we ask you to kind of speak more into this microphone if possible?
My name is Kim Decken. I am a principal at TK Studio. I am an architect registered in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and Delaware. I have appeared before many boards in the state of New Jersey, but I have not yet appeared before this board.
We don't want you. No, just kidding. Anybody have any questions, comments, or objections? If not, Counselor, your witness is acceptable.
Very good, thank you, sir. I think I'll start off, I'll mark this A7, Ms. Decken, and if you would please tell the board about it.
Can you hear me? Yeah, you're gonna have to, you're gonna.
Is-
I'm gonna bring this with me. All right.
I could do it anyway, for you, so you could talk here.
This is a rendering that we put together for Building A. and this is from the Route 38 side. So you know what? We call this A8, this is the floor plan, will just be helpful for reference. So this is the view of Building A from this direction, which this is oriented the same way it is on the site plan. So this is the Route 38 side. This corner down here is the area you were concerned with the residential. This is really the Route 38, and this is the loading dock off the back. So what we've done is we've brought the more attractive and pedestrian side of the building to the 38 and the residential side. So the main building, I know there was questions about material, the main building is a metal panel that's a darker, kind of helps fade away the mass of the building. And then we have these bump outs in these two corners of the building. And this is the main corner that has the potential office space with the storefront and the awning and the more attractive area.
So the commercial traffic will be on the backside?
On the back side.
On the Mary Way
Exactly.
side?
Exactly. So this corner right here, we kind of left a little bit of an accent as an anchor for the back corner. And if there needs to be sort of like driver entrance, that kind of thing. And then this is all that traffic along the back. You wouldn't see that from the Route 38 side.
Everybody have a chance to see that okay?
Yeah.
This one, yeah, I'm gonna mark A.
A8.
A8, I'm marking as the floor plans for building A.
And then I'm gonna grab this is A9, and this is building B rendering, and then this would be A10.
Okay, so A9 is the building B rendering, and A10 is the building B floor.
And that's the floor plan for that same building?
So I can, I'll just orient. This matches the site plan orientation, just sort of for reference. And so the rendering for building B is taken from, if you're looking at the building from this direction. So when you come down Mary Way, you'll come at it from here. So you'll see from the Mary Way, you'll see the office area, which is this corner. Same detailing, the buildings will be coordinated, where this is the nicer, more decorative bump out, the nicer features, the awning, the storefront, and then it wraps around to the loading docks along the back side, and then the back corner back here is where the other proposed office could go, should it be a 2-tenant or if they needed driver office, that kind of thing, in that back corner there.
And just to add, we added the nice back corner over here because the kayakers that are on the creek will actually see a decent looking building rather than just a black wall. So they'll have actually some.
Yeah, so we tried to dress up the parts of the building that would be
Another
viewed from the
recommendation
public.
from the
Yeah.
professionals.
No, they're metal.
Don't roll your eyes, Paul.
There is somebody that kayaks almost every day.
Everybody see that okay? Did anybody have any questions for Ms. Decken about any of the building elevations or floor plans?
What is the height?
From Martin Highway, I think in the winter, you'll see this corner from Martin Highway.
Was it 40 foot, the height?
Yeah, it's 40 foot is the tallest point. The accent areas are 40 feet and the main building is 36 feet.
Okay.
Neutral subject, Noah.
The non-residential development fee, 2.5% equalized assessed value? Yes, that would be, that is it. That is squarely in the jaws of that fee.
Make sure you pack that in there.
Understood. It is subject.
You said 3.5?
You said 2.
My tongue is numb.
I was thinking 4.5, but I didn't want to say it on record.
Whatever it says in the statute.
Any questions from the board members for the architect?
Okay, I think we have reports as part of our application on the other issues.
I just wanted to clarify,
Sure.
and will all the building mechanicals be on the roof?
So-
And will they be screened by a parapet or?
Okay, so The tall part here, it will have a parapet because it's higher than the remaining building. Since the proposed warehouse, we don't have a future tenant, but the assumption would be that the main warehouse is probably not conditioned. Anything in the future, they would have to screen, but that would be not, it would be semi-heated, all internal. Any rooftop units that would be required for office space, this is where your office space would go, so they would all be kind of the parapet.
We'd be okay agreeing that if we put a unit up there, that we would screen it properly if it is an active owner.
Are you building it to specs to hold in the future solar on there?
We personally haven't done any solar in our industrial buildings, and the reason for that is because of the fire issues that they've been having. And I assume if the fire chief heard that, he'd probably appreciate it, because a lot of firefighters don't like going into buildings with solar.
No, we don't want these ones.
No.
Although, Bob, are you familiar with the new law? There's a new law that warehouse or distribution facilities of a certain size all have to be wired.
I don't believe these fall into that, but I've heard it.
Okay. So we may want to just, to the extent that it is applicable, whatever the law for future wiring for solar.
That's what I'm saying.
If it's applicable,
Well, your engineers will decide that when they do the design of it, and you'll
No signage is anticipated on the buildings?
Not at this time because we don't have a tenant, so any signage would have to be an approval by the.
Okay. Because I know along Mary Way, there's very little signage on other buildings too.
These are gonna be numbered though, like Mary Way has 9, 7, 5.
there'll be some form of numbering or something that makes it stick out, to differentiate.
Any questions from the board? Okay.
So I think that was our 45-minute version. Happy to put any more meat on the bones as maybe needed in response to any of your questions or your professionals' comments or questions or anything from the public.
Okay, well, we're going to turn it over to our professionals first. Mrs. Newcomb?
I'm a professional? Okay.
I always.
It's late, I'm getting.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Taylor, everything, we've read your letters and everything. Are you satisfied with all the answers you're getting?
Yeah, I think they've addressed everything. Excuse me. The one item that sort of remains outstanding is disposition of the signs, because they do have to remove or relocate 2 signs with the Mary Way internal intersection reconfiguration. So if there were variances granted before, based on the sizes, they're either going to have to, and we had a comment, but we don't really have any design or anything to base any relief on. So they're either going to have to put a smaller sign in and comply with all the setback requirements, or hold off for a month, get something in, or come back to the board at some point. So that's sort of the only issue that's out there is the relocation of those.
I think it's going to be important to PowerPoint too, because these are the tenants that are based in there, especially some of the ones that again that are sports oriented and things. And that's one of the reasons why the previous owner put a lot of thought. I mean, it's a beautiful sign, and they put a lot of thought and time and energy into this many years ago, getting it there and looking like that.
I think, if I may, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I wanted to say, I think it sounds like we'll need to come back with specifically with like a sign variance plan on the, for the specific location. Once we determine exactly where they're going to be, we'll work through that with Farrow Point and.
Yeah, I would suggest talking to them, since technically this is their sign. And again, it does affect their tenants more so than anybody. So I think we need to have a conversation with them as well, and then coming back and speaking with the planner and whatever else needs to be done.
Are you saying for next month or as a subsequent application before the board?
As a subsequent application. I'll have to bring that forward separately.
The comment that came up a while ago about whether Mary Way is what? A private road, a street, a road, and it was decided to be a street?
It is a private road. It is shown, it was under the land use law. It has a couple of distinctions. It is shown on the zoning map, which is the official map, and it was also a street and called a street in an action by this board previously. So it has been treated as such for setbacks and everything else. It's one of the other reasons we both commented on, it does need to be brought up to municipal standards, because it's not a driveway, it is a street, which just happens to be owned by a private entity.
Okay, and that private entity maintains that road and,
They do, and that was, we had significant conversations, and we had a very lengthy comment, I think it was number 10, in our report about all of those maintenance responsibilities, obligations, et cetera, to be, duly vetted by the board professionals and Mr. Gillespie as well.
and the snowplow removal is private?
Yeah, this is commercial, so that's all.
Okay. Any other comments? You're both happy with?
Well, the only thing I just recently came across, they did some soil testing for the detention areas that they had. And they had one test that went 20 feet, 16 feet of it was trash. So there will be some significant more investigation by that, and it's gonna have to get approved by DEP to find out what's going on there.
Implication is it was a landfill. It sounds like it implies that it was a landfill at one point.
I
We
think,
don't know. So there was only one test.
If only a mini landfill, but 16 feet of trash.
Yeah. We would agree, that's going to be an outside agency approval, and we would have to get a licensed site remediation professional to investigate that further and find out what's going on there. And whatever's happening, if there's a problem, we agree it would be addressed. We would do.
This is back in the corner of B.
Right.
B building.
Brian, can you show where that test pit found a little bit of trash? I mean, if there was some excavation there previously and somebody took an opportunity to throw a few bags of trash out years ago, we don't know exactly what's happening back there, but we're going to find out.
If 16 feet is a little, what's a lot?
18. Exhibit A4, it's actually in the loading dock area here, where it's one of the basin. But it's funny, again, we did test pits over on this basin here, and there was no trash. So, we think it's, delineated maybe in this area.
So this is our building A, not
Correct.
building B, building A, in the corner there, but.
So we're going to find out what's happening, and this could be actually, a positive thing. We find some trash, we're going to get it out of there. So we don't have any indication that there was any sign of a historic landfill or anything in that area, but we're going to investigate further.
Okay. Any other testimony?
Not at this time, unless there's any other questions or any other information the board would like to have.
Okay, the board members have any questions of the applicant? How about folks online? They still there?
There are three people online.
They have any questions? Okay, hearing none, I'll turn to public comment. Any public comment?
You were sworn in earlier, you're still under oath. I'm here because my house is at the corner of Mary Way and Hainesport Mount Laurel Road. I am the closest to the revised proposed intersection. But as I look at the plan CD 101 and others that follow it, I see that it's also impacting the other side of the road where my neighbors have light poles that are being replaced and various other improvements. As I understand your testimony, that's going to be widened with paving, additional paving on both sides, or only one side, or neither side?
Just on the north side.
On the opposite side from my house.
I'm not sure where your house is.
My house is in that intersection, the triangular portion at the corner. It's the one.
Yes, on the opposite side.
It's the one dwelling that's shown. The question of Mary Way being a private road or a street came up when I talked with the zoning officer, Ms. Newcomb, that I wanted to put a pole barn in the back of my house, and she said I had to have a 25-foot setback from the street.
Well, let's make it real clear. So when you came to me, you were interested in buying that whole,
I'm getting to that, but go ahead.
well,
It's
I'm gonna
right.
tell you what I said before you even put it on record.
I wouldn't want to misquote you, I'm just trying to, okay, go ahead.
You wanna misquote me and then I'll tell you?
No.
You go ahead first, Kate, and then I'll tell you.
There's a 25-foot strip that runs in the back of my property all the way to where the new development was on 38. That's the way they got sewerage and had the permission to build those commercial units where the,
Mr. Bernie.
yeah. So I wanted to buy that strip so I could have a little bit more room behind my house to put the pole barn. And Ms. Newcomb, if I remember what she said accurately, she said I have to be 25 foot from a road, so buying that 25 feet would still not let me build any closer because even though I owned it, it still had to be 25 feet back.
You have to be 35 feet.
35 feet, okay? Is that intended to be incorporated into this site plan? Because I can't tell from your drawing, it's so small. Are you buying that strip of 25 feet?
There's an easement agreement in place with Perry Vitex.
It's not Perry Vitex's property. It belongs to Bruni's.
No.
Final 5-0. Sorry.
Yeah.
Next to Mr.
You think I'm different?
5 seems to be the magic number in this
There
series.
is basically a flagpole that runs on the side of his property up Mary Way, and then on the side and up by Mary Way, and extends into the back of Room Square, which is on 38.
It's a completely different road.
And
I'm not,
I don't believe that that is what you're looking at,
Okay.
because Jim doesn't own the side.
Let me just say that I'm not opposed to development, and I don't care what you build back there. Nobody ever going to see it anyway, unless I walk my dog back there like I have, where the buses are parked. But the reason I'm here is that I'm concerned about the increased traffic on Hainesport Mount Laurel Road that's going to turn into that corner. That speed bump right behind my house wakes me up at 5 o'clock in the morning when the empty trucks come and they go over that speed bump. It jars my house and wakes me up. Mr. Kelly asked a question.
Is that the speed bump that they proposed to eliminate?
Eliminate, yes. But I'm not sure that it won't increase the speed of the traffic coming around that corner if it's easier to make that turn and then come down that road. But Ms. Kelly asked a question, which I was going to ask also. Why not come in off of Route 38, which is a state highway designed for heavy traffic and commercial trucks, rather than all of the recycling trucks that come from OTC down the bypass, turn Marne Highway, and then come right down Hainesport Mount. They could go the bypass all the way to 38 and come down to Mount Laurel or wherever they're going, but they have to come down Hainesport Mount Laurel Road.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, that was actually something that was discussed very early on with the applicant. Unfortunately, the whole highway frontage along Route 38 is zoned commercial. So putting a driveway for an industrial project through a commercial district would not be a permitted use, and it would require a D variance from this board acting as a zoning board.
Okay.
So the applicant chose to submit a compliant use project, keeping all of the access and all of the proposed development within the industrial zoning district.
And I know you've done a lot of work and spent a lot of money, because I have done development myself. And D variances aren't as easy to get, but I have got them myself. But if it's the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do. Why do the easy and quick way when it's not the right way? And all I'm asking this board is to make it a plan that serves everyone, not just some people.
So I'm going to tell you the history of that frontage on there with the previous owners, Stevens. They had a plan long before they decided to sell this property to anybody, and I'm talking probably a good 10 years ago, is that the engineer of record was married to Stevens. made an application to the state. Not once, but twice, because the state of New Jersey lost their entire application. And one of the deal is that they were gonna have to redo that entire Bancroft jug handle area that goes onto Bancroft Lane, that, because they were looking originally to make this site that they're looking at basically flex buildings, like you see in the industrial park on Warren Highway. The amount and time and work to get that driveway and the cost would be, and force them to redo the jug handle was out of limits for them. And that's why they stopped the deal.
Well, I don't want to be obstinate, but I am obstinate. I don't think it's going to make that neighborhood better. It will make it worse. I'll live with it. I bought that house knowing it was next to an industrial complex and an industrial recycling company whose equipment was stored out there and rusting away. We've actually bought some equipment from them, and I'm not opposed to that. They have to be someplace. But that intersection is not going to help the usability and the desirability of that neighborhood. All I'm asking you, if it can't be done feasibly, economically, I'll have to live with it. And I won't be your enemy. Well, I ain't going to smile every day. Just help it out. Do the best thing you can, keeping those trucks to go slow. And idling, Kathy, it still goes on. I hear them waiting to get into Perry Light exit in the morning. Why don't you consider putting some of those truck heaters and air conditioners like they have at truck stops as an alternative for people who come into that site and have to wait when it's cold or it's hot? You know what I'm talking about, right? Go to one of the truck stops down on 295 or Turnpike and you'll see the tractor trailers pulled up in line, and they hook these things to the window and the air condition the cab without having to idle. It's a very simple technology. It's a little heat pump device and a connector to the cab.
Let's get some clarification of one of your points. Is the speed bump that he's talking about, the one that you mentioned in the beginning, is coming out?
That's a big problem, yes.
Okay, well,
And we're gonna fix
Pardon?
the potholes as well.
yeah, but they're gonna, okay. You got a good answer there, right?
Thanks for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
And just to let you know, folks, this letter from Taylor Design does show that 25-foot home, as I call it, lot on there, which is owned by Mr. Breen, which is next to Kent's property.
Okay, I'll close public comment and now ask the board, what's your pleasure?
Well, if I could make a request, I know that we still have an outstanding developers agreement, so I do request as a condition of approval that we get that developers agreement.
We agree. I'm working with Mr. Gillespie and work with Mr. Kingsbury on the
Okay.
legal documents that we need to do, as any condition of the approval would be.
Okay, and I know that you did provide us with the access agreement that was recently signed off on, the access easement last week.
Yes.
I don't know that all of those documents and all of our emails have been completely vetted by Mr. Gillespie or Mr. Kingsbury. So, and just as Mr. Taylor had put in, I think it was number 10 on his most recent report as a condition, that all the Mary Way easements and agreement issues are satisfied as determined by the board professionals as well as Mr. Gillespie.
We agree.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? If not, we need to take some action. What's the board's pleasure?
They're seeking minor subdivision approval and preliminary and final site plan approval. And that includes certain waivers, parking spaces, which we discussed, waivers on Building A regarding front loading, setback, backing into Building A, and buffering of lands of the loading zones. And in Building B, the number of front parking spaces and the front setback, I believe, on those parking spaces. you can combine that all, and you don't have to vote individually on the variances and waivers. You can combine it if you want to into one motion.
Do we have a motion on this?
Well, I'll make a motion that you can combine it. He can put the legal terminology into the motion and grant that they proceed.
Second.
Okay, any questions on the motion? This is for the minor subdivision, preliminary and final site plan, correct?
Correct, with waivers and variances.
And with wagers that were enumerated by Mr. Kingsbury. Any questions on the motion? May I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci?
Yes.
Mrs. Tyndale?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Ms. Casco?
Yes.
And Mr. Colpfeiffer?
Yes. Good luck, folks.
Thank you, everybody. Hope you all go home and get some rest, and we take that game tomorrow
I
night.
thought you were buying breakfast now for us.
Whatever it takes. Let's go. We'll go over to Dunleavy's. We'll finish up the night right.
Just kidding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the,
Leave them?
yeah.
Whatever's
Take
marked.
them off and take your boards.
That was a no-hitter.
Pardon?
Houston pitcher threw a no-hitter.
Thank you, everybody, for your time. Sorry it's so late. Wasn't my fault.
Houston threw a no-hitter.
I really appreciate it.
It was a no-hitter.
Oh, this was tonight?
Yeah.
Wow.
Houston.
Yeah, shut
Call
up.
the team.
All right.
Crazy.
No, we do not.
Seesaw.
I was gonna, we don't have them, I'll have them.
I didn't have
I
it.
was gonna make an announcement when,
Okay, so we're going to skip the minutes.
They had 10 hits.
yeah, they're gonna be, the minutes will be at the December 7th meeting.
Okay.
Going like what they.
All right, business number 7, the minutes for the October meeting will be at the next meeting in December. We have one resolution granting a minor subdivision realignment. That's for the property Route 38 by the bypass behind the Nissan dealership, if you recall. Need a motion to accept and,
Second.
You may,
okay, any questions on the motion?
thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Gilmore?
Yes.
Ms. Casco?
Yes.
Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Sorry, all the noise. Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci?
Yes.
Mrs. Tyndale?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Mr. Colpfeiffer?
Yes. Correspondence, we have 2 items of correspondence, letters from Alimo. Need a motion and a,
Motion that we file and accept and file the correspondence.
okay,
I'll
a
second.
motion and a second.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mrs. Tyndale?
Yes.
Mayor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mrs. Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Ms. Casco?
Yes.
And Mr. Colpfeiffer?
Yes. Professional comments?
Happy
None?
Thanksgiving, it's the best day of the year.
No, November.
Okay. Board comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to public comments. Anybody still online that wishes to comment? Public comments are open. Hearing no public comments, I will close them and have a motion for adjournment. All in favor?
Aye.
Good night.